In the vast and unforgiving darkness of space, where the cold vacuum stretches between countless stars and the horrors of war echo across light years, there exists a breed of soldier whose courage defies comprehension. They are not giants clad in power armor, nor are they genetically enhanced super soldiers whose names are whispered in reverence across 1,000 worlds. They are simply men and women, ordinary humans who have chosen an extraordinary path. They are the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. They are the ODSTs. They are the Helljumpers. To understand what it means to be a Helljumper is to understand the very nature of controlled madness, of calculated risk taken to its absolute extreme. These are soldiers who willingly climb into cramped metal coffins, allow themselves to be launched from spacecraft in low orbit, and plummet through hostile atmospheres at terminal velocity, all while enemy fire streams past their descent pods like angry fireflies in the night. They do this knowing that their chances of survival depend on equipment that may fail, on trajectories calculated by overworked navigators, on the structural integrity of vessels that might have been patched together in field conditions. They do this knowing that they might be dead before they ever reach the ground, incinerated in atmospheric entry or torn apart by anti-aircraft fire, and yet they do it willingly. They do it proudly. They do it because someone has to be first. The motto of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers is simple, direct, and profoundly revealing of their nature. Feet first into hell. 3 words that encapsulate an entire philosophy of warfare, an entire approach to the impossible. When conventional forces would require hours or days to establish a beachhead, when standard deployment would telegraph intentions and allow enemies time to prepare, when the situation demands immediate action despite overwhelming odds, the call goes out, and the Helljumpers answer. They answer by strapping themselves into their drop pods, checking their weapons one final time, and hurling themselves into the abyss. Feet first, always feet first. Within the sprawling military hierarchy of the United Nations Space Command, the ODST occupy a unique and fascinating position. They are not the most powerful soldiers in humanity's arsenal. That distinction belongs to the legendary Spartans, the superhuman warriors whose exploits have become the stuff of myth and legend. Nor are they the most numerous. The regular UNSC Marine Corps fills that role, providing the bulk of humanity's ground forces across hundreds of worlds. The ODSTs exist in a space between these extremes, a middle ground that is perhaps more human, more relatable, and in some ways more remarkable than either extreme. They are the best of humanity's conventional forces, pushed beyond conventional limits, asked to accomplish superhuman tasks with merely human capabilities. The relationship between ODSTs and Spartans is complex, layered with professional respect, institutional rivalry, and more than a little resentment. To the average Helljumper, Spartans are the privileged elite, genetic lottery winners who benefit from billions of credits worth of augmentation and equipment. They are the heroes who get the glory missions, the impossible victories, the recognition and celebration. Meanwhile, the ODSTs do the grinding, brutal work that keeps the UNSC machine functioning. They secure landing zones. They eliminate high-value targets. They gather intelligence deep in enemy territory. And they die in far greater numbers than anyone wants to acknowledge. This dynamic creates tension, certainly, but it also creates a fierce pride among the Helljumpers. They are not Spartans. They do not need to be. They are ODSTs, and that is enough. The philosophy underlying orbital drop shock operations is deceptively simple in concept, devastatingly complex in execution. The fundamental principle is this: the ability to rapidly insert highly trained, heavily armed soldiers directly into a combat zone from orbit provides an overwhelming tactical advantage. It bypasses enemy defenses, eliminates the need for vulnerable transport craft flying through contested airspace, and delivers shock troops exactly where they are needed, when they are needed. The psychological impact alone is considerable. Imagine being an enemy soldier, perhaps feeling secure behind your fortifications, when suddenly the sky begins to rain metal coffins. Imagine watching those coffins slam into the ground with bone-jarring force, split open, and disgorge armored soldiers ready to kill. The shock and awe factor is immense. The practical advantages are even greater, but theory and practice are separated by a vast gulf filled with danger, uncertainty, and death. Orbital drop insertions are among the most dangerous military operations ever conceived by human minds. The margin for error is essentially non-existent. Launch vectors must be calculated with extreme precision. Atmospheric conditions must be accounted for. Enemy anti-aircraft capabilities must be assessed and either neutralized or accepted as acceptable risk. The pods themselves, officially designated as single-occupant exo-atmospheric insertion vehicles, are marvels of engineering and testaments to human ingenuity, but they are also claustrophobic metal tubes that offer minimal protection and no opportunity for course correction once deployment begins. The soldiers inside are passengers on a ballistic trajectory, unable to influence their fate, able only to trust in their equipment, their training, and whatever fortune might favor them. Across the vast multimedia landscape of the Halo franchise, the ODSTs have carved out a distinctive and beloved place. They first appeared as background elements, faceless troopers, mentioned in passing or seen briefly in cutscenes. But their mystique grew, fueled by expanded universe novels that explored their culture and exploits in greater detail. Works like Halo the Flood and Halo First Strike gave readers glimpses into the lives of these elite soldiers, showing their courage and sacrifice during humanity's darkest hours. The novel Halo New Blood delved deep into the psyche of one of the most famous ODSTs, Edward Buck, exploring his journey from Helljumper to Spartan and the complicated emotions that transition provoked. But it was Halo 3 ODST, released in 2009, that truly brought these soldiers into the spotlight. This game made the bold decision to place players not in the armored boots of the Master Chief, but rather in the standard issue gear of an unnamed ODST known simply as the Rookie. The game's atmosphere was markedly different from other Halo titles, darker, more intimate, more vulnerable. Players experienced the fall of Reach from a distinctly human perspective, wandering through the rain-soaked, Covenant-occupied streets of New Mombasa, piecing together what happened to their scattered squad. The game's jazz-inflected soundtrack, composed by Martin O'Donnell and Michael Salvatore, perfectly captured the noir-like atmosphere, the sense of isolation and determination that defines the OST experience. The live-action promotional material for Halo 3 ODST also contributed significantly to the mystique surrounding these soldiers. The We Are ODST live-action trailer remains one of the most powerful pieces of Halo media ever produced, a haunting meditation on loss, duty, and the bonds forged in combat. Through rain and fire, through chaos and death, the message was clear. These are not superheroes. These are soldiers, doing an impossible job with skill, courage, and an unbreakable spirit. Throughout the broader Halo narrative, ODSTs appear in critical moments, often as supporting characters to the Spartans who dominate the spotlight, but occasionally stepping forward to demonstrate their own brand of heroism. During the fall of Reach, ODST units fought desperately to defend humanity's fortress world, buying time for evacuations, for the Spartans' missions, for anything that might preserve some hope for the future. During the Battle of Earth, Helljumpers dropped into New Mombasa, into Mombasa itself, into countless other locations across humanity's homeworld world, fighting block by block, building by building, knowing that they were the last line of defense between the Covenant and the annihilation of their species. In the post-war era, as humanity grappled with the sudden peace following the end of the Human-Covenant War, the ODSTs found new roles and new challenges. Some transitioned into the Spartan 4 program, accepting augmentation and advanced armor to become the super soldiers they had once viewed with complicated emotions. Others remained with the ODST, viewing it as their true home, the only place where they truly belonged. They fought against Covenant remnants, against insurrectionist forces seeking to exploit the post-war chaos, and eventually against the created, the AI rebellion led by Cortana that threatened to plunge the galaxy into a new era of tyranny. What makes the ODSTs so compelling, so worthy of this deep exploration, is precisely their humanity. In a franchise dominated by ancient alien civilizations, by godlike AI constructs, by genetic super soldiers and parasitic horrors from beyond the galaxy, The Helljumpers represent something profoundly human. They represent the stubborn refusal to surrender in the face of impossible odds. They represent the courage of ordinary people asked to do extraordinary things. They represent the bonds of brotherhood forged in the crucible of combat, the dark humor that sustains soldiers through horror, the professionalism that keeps them fighting when every rational calculation says they should flee. As we embark on this comprehensive journey through ODST history, tactics, culture, and legacy, we will explore every facet of what it means to be a Helljumper. We will examine their origins in the desperate conflicts of the insurrection, when humanity fought itself across the colony worlds. We will detail their rigorous selection and training. Pipeline, understanding what it takes to earn the right to wear that distinctive armor. We will analyze their equipment and weapons, from the iconic drop pods to the personalized touches that make each soldier's gear unique. We will study their tactics and operational doctrine, understanding how they accomplish missions that should be impossible. We will chronicle their baptism by fire during the Human Covenant War, when they faced enemies that should have destroyed them, but instead found themselves facing an enemy that refused to die. We will meet the heroes who exemplified the ODST spirit, soldiers whose names deserve to be remembered, even if they are overshadowed by the Master Chief and his fellow Spartans. We will immerse ourselves in their culture, understanding the traditions, the rivalries, the pride that defines them. We will follow them into the uncertain post-war era, seeing how they adapted to a galaxy that no longer needed quite as many heroes willing to die. And we will reflect on their legacy, on what the Helljumpers represent in the broader story of humanity's struggle for survival in a hostile universe. This is not merely a recitation of facts and figures, though accuracy and detail will be paramount. This is an exploration of what it means to be human in the Halo universe, to face the darkness with nothing but training, courage, and the knowledge that your brothers and sisters in arms stand beside you. This is the story of soldiers who chose to fall from the sky in metal coffins, who embraced fear and made it their weapon, who looked at impossible odds and said, "We are ODST, we will find a way." So, settle in. Let the story wash over you, and prepare to descend into the world of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. Prepare to understand what it truly means to go feet first into hell. Prepare to meet the Helljumpers. To understand the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, we must first understand the world from which they emerged, a world of conflict, expansion, and the growing pains of a species reaching for the star. The ODST program did not spring into existence fully formed. Rather, it evolved gradually, organically, in response to very specific military challenges that conventional forces proved inadequate to address. The story of the ODSTs is, in many ways, the story of humanity's struggle to maintain order and unity across an ever-expanding sphere of influence, where distance and divergent interests constantly threatened to tear apart the fragile bonds holding human civilization together. Long before humanity achieved faster-than-light travel, before the United Nations Space Command became the dominant military force in human space, Earth's nations maintained their own special operations forces. These elite units, the Navy SEALs, the British SAS, the Russian Spetsnaz, and countless others, represented humanity's early understanding that conventional military force was not always sufficient. Sometimes, a situation required specialists, soldiers whose training, equipment, and mindset set them apart from regular forces. These units pioneered many of the concepts that would later become fundamental to ODST doctrine. Rapid insertion, operations in hostile territory, small unit tactics, and the importance of individual initiative within a framework of disciplined teamwork. As humanity spread throughout the Sol system during the 22nd century, establishing colonies on Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and elsewhere, these special operations traditions evolved. The challenges of combat in low gravity, in vacuum, in the confined spaces of orbital stations and asteroid mining facilities, all demanded new approaches. Units like the early Marine Space Force and the colonial military administration's rapid response teams experimented with various insertion methods, including the earliest primitive forms of drop pod deployment. These early attempts were crude, dangerous, and often fatal, but they established proof of concept. It was possible to rapidly deploy soldiers from orbit directly to a surface target, and the tactical advantages of doing so were undeniable. The true catalyst for the creation of the ODST program, however, was not external invasion, but internal strife. The insurrection, a term that encompasses a complex series of colonial rebellions and independence movements spanning decades, created military challenges that the UNSC's conventional forces struggled to address effectively. Understanding the insurrection is crucial to understanding why the ODSTs came into being and what role they were initially designed to fulfill. By the early 25th century, humanity had spread across dozens of worlds beyond the Sol system, thanks to the development of Shaw Fujikawa slip space drive technology. These colonies varied enormously in character, culture, and economic foundation. Some were prosperous trade hubs. Others were agricultural worlds, supplying food to the inner colonies. Still others were mining operations, extracting valuable resources from harsh environments. What united many of them was a growing resentment of Earth's control, administered through the unified Earth government and enforced by the United Nations Space Command. The colonies felt that they bore the burdens of exploitation and regulation, while Earth reaped the benefits. They chafed under taxation without adequate representation, under resource quotas that left local populations struggling while Earth thrived, under military conscription that pulled their children away to fight in conflicts that did not seem to concern them. This resentment occasionally boiled over into open rebellion. The insurrection was not a single unified movement, but rather a constellation of different groups with different grievances, different ideologies, and different methods. Some were principled activists seeking democratic reform and colonial autonomy. Others were violent extremists who viewed any cooperation with Earth as betrayal. Some cells operated openly, attempting to work within the system to achieve change. Others conducted terrorist attacks, assassinations, and sabotage. The most sophisticated insurrectionist organizations possessed their own military forces, sometimes including former UNSC personnel who had defected, bringing their training and knowledge with them. For the UNSC, the insurrection presented a unique military challenge. These were not external enemies that could be clearly identified and destroyed. These were human beings, often living among loyal civilians, operating from hidden bases on worlds that were nominally under UNSC control. Conventional military operations, orbital bombardment, large-scale ground invasions risked alienating the very populations the UNSC was trying to keep within the fold. Such heavy-handed tactics would only feed insurrectionist propaganda and drive more colonists into rebellion. What was needed was surgical precision, the ability to identify insurrectionist cells, leadership, and infrastructure, and to eliminate those specific targets with minimal collateral damage and maximum speed. This need drove the development of various special operations programs throughout the UNSC military structure. Naval Intelligence Section 3, commonly known as ONI Section 3, expanded its covert operations capabilities. The Spartan II program, though classified at the highest levels, was initially conceived partly as a tool to combat the insurrection, to decapitate its leadership and crush its most dangerous elements with overwhelming precise force. And within the UNSC Marine Corps, proposals emerged for a new type of unit, one that could rapidly deploy anywhere in human space, strike hard against high-value targets, and withdraw before enemy forces could effectively respond. The exact date of the ODST program's official formation is not precisely documented in available records, which could suggest that the transition from experimental special operations units to the formalized Orbital Drop Shock Trooper program was gradual rather than marked by a single founding moment. What is clear is that by the mid-25th century, the program was well established, with multiple battalions operating across UNS-controlled space. The early ODSTs drew heavily from existing special operations units, incorporating their traditions, their training methodologies, and their hard-won tactical knowledge. But they also developed their own distinct identity, shaped primarily by their unique method of deployment. The development of reliable orbital drop technology was perhaps the single most important factor in the creation of the ODSTs as we know them. Early drop pods were, by all accounts, death traps. Atmospheric entry at high velocity generates tremendous heat and stress. The pods had to be able to withstand these forces while protecting their human cargo. No small feat of engineering. Early designs suffered from catastrophic failure rates. Pods would burn up in atmosphere, or tumble out of control, or impact the ground at velocities that liquefied their occupants, despite shock absorption systems. Test pilots and early volunteers for the program faced mortality rates that would be considered unacceptable in any modern military context. But gradually, through trial and error, through the application of increasingly sophisticated materials and engineering principles, the drop pods improved. Thermal shielding became more effective. Inertial dampening systems became more reliable. Guidance systems, though limited, allowed for some degree of trajectory adjustment. Parachute and retro-rocket systems provided controlled deceleration in the final moments before impact. The pods were still dangerous. There was no escaping that fundamental reality. But they behaved dangerous in an acceptable way. Casualties were expected, but they were no longer inevitable. The technology had reached the point where military planners could consider using it operationally, where soldiers could be asked to use it without that request being tantamount to a death sentence. With viable drop pod technology in hand, the ODST program could begin repeating its operational doctrine. The fundamental concept was rapid deployment from orbit to conduct high-value missions. This could include assassination of insurrectionist leaders, raids on weapons caches or training facilities, rescue of hostages, reconnaissance of enemy-held territory, or disruption of enemy operations. The ODSTs would not hold territory. That was the job of conventional forces. But rather, they would create the conditions for conventional forces to succeed, or they would achieve objectives that conventional forces could not reach quickly enough. The earliest documented ODST operations during the insurrection era demonstrate both the potential and the challenges of this new form of warfare. One well-documented mission involved a drop on the colony world of Eridanus in the year 2513. Insurrectionist forces had seized control of several major cities and had executed UNSC loyalist government officials. Conventional military response was judged likely to result in massive civilian casualties and would take weeks to organize. Instead, an ODST force was deployed directly to the capital city, dropping in under cover of darkness. Their mission was to eliminate the insurrectionist leadership, capture key facilities, and hold them until Marine reinforcements could arrive. The operation was a qualified success. The leadership was eliminated and the city retaken, but ODST casualties exceeded 30%, a grim reminder that success in this new form of warfare came at a high price. Operations like this began to establish the ODST reputation within the UNSC military structure. They were the hammer that could be dropped anywhere, anytime. They were the solution to problems that could not be solved by negotiation or by conventional military force. They were volunteers who accepted incredible risk because someone had to, and because they believed in their mission. This reputation came with both respect and a certain distance. Other units admired the ODST's courage, but were not eager to serve alongside them. The casualty rates were simply too high, the missions too dangerous, the odds too long. The establishment of ODST culture and traditions began during these early years. The iconic "Feet First into Hell" motto emerged, though its exact origin is lost to history. Some claim it was first said by an unnamed ODST before a particularly dangerous drop. Others suggest it was coined by a training instructor to encapsulate the program's philosophy. Regardless of its origin, the phrase perfectly captured the ODST mindset: acknowledgement of danger, acceptance of fear, determination to complete the mission regardless. It became more than a motto. It became an identity. Unit insignia and symbology also developed during this period. The skull has always been a prominent ODST symbol, appearing on helmets, armor, patches, and tattoos. This is not unique to the ODSTs. Military units throughout history have used death imagery, but it carries particular resonance for soldiers who regularly court death as intimately as Helljumpers do. The skull is a reminder of mortality, an acknowledgement that every G drop could be the last, and a defiant statement that they will face that possibility without fear. Different ODST battalions and companies developed their own variations on this theme, incorporating specific imagery that reflected their history, their achievements, or their particular identity within the larger ODST community. Integration into the broader UNSC Marine Corps structure was not without friction. The ODSTs were part of the Marines, but they were also separate from them, an elite within an elite. Standard Marines sometimes resented the ODSTs, viewing them as glory seekers who got the best equipment and the most recognition, while regular Marines did the unglamorous work of holding territory and maintaining security. ODSTs, for their part, sometimes looked down on regular Marines as less capable, less motivated, less willing to take risks. These tensions were never fully resolved and continued to exist in muted form even in the post-war era. But they were and are manageable. When crisis comes, when the situation is desperate, professional soldiers set aside petty rivalries and do what must be done. The training doctrine that would produce generations of Helljumpers also crystallized during these formative years. It was immediately clear that not every Marine, however capable, was suited for ODST service. The physical demands were extreme. The psychological stress was immense. The dropout rate would necessarily be high. This was accepted from the beginning. Better to have a small number of highly capable ODSTs than a large number of marginally qualified soldiers who would crack under the pressure. The training pipeline became deliberately, ruthlessly selective, designed to identify and cultivate the specific qualities that made an effective Helljumper: physical toughness, mental resilience, tactical flexibility, technical competence, and above all, a certain stubborn refusal to quit, no matter how bad the situation became. By the time the Covenant War began in 2525, the ODST program had been in operation for decades. Multiple generations of Helljumpers had served, fought, and, in many cases, died in operations across the outer colonies. They had refined their tactics, proven their worth repeatedly, and established themselves as an indispensable element of UNSC military power. They were no longer experimental or provisional. They were an institution with all the history, tradition, and identity that implies. The insurrection had forged the ODSTs in fire, giving them purpose and honing their skills against human enemies who understood human tactics and could exploit human weaknesses. This experience would prove invaluable when humanity faced an enemy that was anything but human. When the skills developed fighting, insurrectionists would be tested against foes that were stronger, faster, more technologically advanced, and utterly committed to humanity's total extinction. The crucible of the insurrection had prepared the ODSTs for the inferno that was to come, though no one could have possibly imagined how terrible that inferno would be. The Orbital Drop Shock Troopers had been born out of necessity, created to solve specific military problems that conventional forces could not adequately address. They had proven themselves repeatedly in operations that rarely made headlines, but were nonetheless critical to maintaining UNSC control over the fractious human colonies. They had developed a distinctive culture, a unique methodology, and a fierce pride in their capabilities and their heritage. They were ready. They were as ready as any human force could be, and they would need every bit of that readiness, every ounce of that courage, every scrap of that skill to survive what was coming. The Covenant was coming, and the ODSTs would be among the first to meet them, feet first, as always, descending into a new kind of hell, one that would test them beyond anything they had yet experienced. To become an Orbital Drop Shock Trooper is to volunteer for a transformative process that will either forge you into one of humanity's finest warriors or break you completely. There is no middle ground in the ODST selection and training pipeline. The program is designed from its foundation to be deliberately, ruthlessly selective, accepting only those individuals who possess not merely the physical capabilities required, but also the psychological resilience, the tactical aptitude, and the indefinable quality that the instructors call the right stuff. It is a process that begins with hope and ambition, and ends, for the successful, with a hard-earned pride, unlike anything else in the UNSC military structure. The first and most fundamental requirement for ODST selection is prior military service. The program does not accept civilians, regardless of their physical fitness or prior experience. Candidates must already be serving members of the UNSC Marine Corps, and not just any Marines, but those who have demonstrated exceptional performance in their current duties. The minimum rank for application varies depending on specific program requirements and the needs of the ODST at any given time. But generally, candidates must have achieved at least the rank of Private First Class and must have completed at least one full deployment. This requirement ensures that all ODST candidates already possess basic military competence, understand the realities of military life, and have proven their ability to function under stress in real operational conditions. Beyond these baseline requirements, candidates must meet stringent physical standards that exceed those required for standard Marine service. The ODST Physical Fitness Assessment tests strength, endurance, speed, and agility through a battery of exercises that would exhaust even highly fit civilians. Candidates must complete a timed obstacle course that simulates the challenges of operating in combat conditions. They must demonstrate proficiency in both armed and unarmed combat. They must complete long-distance runs while carrying substantial loads, simulating the reality of operating in the field with full combat equipment. They must show competence in swimming and underwater operations, as ODST missions can occur in any environment. The standards are not merely high, they are set deliberately beyond what most people would consider reasonable, because the missions that ODSTs undertake demand superhuman effort from merely human bodies. Psychological evaluation is equally rigorous. Candidates undergo extensive testing designed to assess their mental stability, stress tolerance, decision-making capabilities under pressure, and ability to function despite fear. The evaluators are looking for specific psychological profiles, individuals who can acknowledge fear without being controlled by it, who can make rapid decisions with incomplete information, who can function independently when necessary, but also integrate smoothly into team operations, who possess the mental flexibility to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. They are also screening out individuals who show signs of instability, excessive aggression that cannot be controlled, inability to follow orders, or other traits that would make them liabilities rather than assets in ODST operations. The application process itself is competitive. At any given time, the number of candidates seeking ODST selection far exceeds the number of available training slots. This allows the program to be highly selective, choosing only the most promising individuals. Candidates must submit a formal application package that includes their service record, recommendations from their chain of command, results of physical and psychological evaluations, and a personal statement explaining why they wish to become an ODST. These applications are reviewed by serving ODSTs who look for candidates demonstrating not just capability, but also the mindset, the attitude that characterizes successful Helljumpers. Those who pass this initial screening are invited to report for ODST selection, a process that is distinct from the training that follows. Selection is designed to test candidates under conditions that approximate, as much as safely possible, the stress and challenges they will face as operational ODSTs. This might be described as controlled torture, a carefully designed series of challenges that push candidates beyond their perceived limits, that force them to operate on minimal sleep, maximum stress, constant physical exertion, and continual mental pressure. The attrition rate during selection is extraordinarily high, often exceeding 70%. This is not seen as a failure of the process, but rather as evidence of its effectiveness. The instructors are not trying to pass candidates. They are trying to identify the small percentage who have what it takes to succeed as Helljumpers. Selection takes place at specialized training facilities, with the primary ODST training center being located on the colony world of Reach, at least until that world's fall in 2552. These facilities are isolated, deliberately austere, designed to remove candidates from anything comfortable or familiar. From the moment candidates arrive, they are operating in a state of controlled stress. Sleep is minimal and unpredictable. Meals are basic and insufficient. Physical challenges come constantly without warning at any hour. Candidates might be woken in the middle of the night and ordered to complete a 20-kilometer forced march with full equipment. They might be given impossible tasks with insufficient time and resources, not because the instructors want them to succeed, but because they want to see how candidates respond to failure. They might be subjected to mock interrogations, testing their ability to maintain operational security under pressure. Throughout selection, candidates are constantly evaluated, not just on their physical performance, but on their attitude, their teamwork, their leadership potential, their resilience when things go wrong. The instructors, all experienced ODSTs themselves, are watching everything. They are watching who helps a struggling teammate, even when doing so might compromise their own performance. They are watching who maintains discipline and focus even when exhausted and in pain. They are watching who quits when the going gets truly difficult, because the Helljumpers cannot afford soldiers who quit, not when lives depend on mission success, not when failure might mean not just their own death, but the deaths of those they were sent to protect. Candidates can quit at any time during selection. This option is always available, always presented clearly. All a candidate needs to do is approach an instructor and say the words, "I withdraw." There is no shame in this. Or rather, there is not supposed to be shame, though the reality is more complex. Those who withdraw are returned to their original units with their service record intact. But those who withdraw also carry with them the knowledge that they tried and could not complete the course. And for many, that knowledge is harder to bear than any physical hardship the selection process might have imposed. For those who complete selection, who endure every challenge, and prove they have the qualities the ODSTs are seeking, There is no graduation ceremony, no immediate celebration. Instead, they are told simply that they have passed selection and will now begin training. The real work is only beginning. ODST training proper is divided into multiple phases, each focusing on specific skill sets essential to Helljumper operations. The first phase focuses on individual skills, advanced marksmanship with the full spectrum of UNSC infantry weapons, close quarters combat, demolitions and explosive ordnance, field medicine, communications, and perhaps most importantly, drop training. The last of these is what truly separates ODSTs from other special operations forces, and it is the aspect of training that claims the most casualties. Drop training begins with theoretical instruction, detailed explanations of orbital mechanics, atmospheric entry dynamics, drop pod systems and safety protocols, emergency procedures. Candidates learn every component of the single-occupant exoatmospheric insertion vehicle, how it functions, what can go wrong, and how to respond when things do go wrong. They learn to interpret the limited data displays within the pod HUMA, to understand what they are seeing as they plummet through atmosphere toward their landing zone. This phase is essential because understanding the technology builds confidence, and confidence is necessary to overcome the very natural fear that comes with the reality of orbital drops. After classroom instruction comes simulation. The ODST training facilities possess sophisticated simulators that replicate the experience of an orbital drop with remarkable fidelity. Candidates are secured into actual drop pod shells mounted on hydraulic systems that simulate the violent shaking, the crushing G-forces, the disorienting tumble of atmospheric entry. Virtual reality systems provide visual and audio cues that replicate what they would see and hear during a real drop. These simulations can be programmed with various scenarios: daytime drops, night drops, drops into hot landing zones with enemy fire, drops where systems malfunction and emergency procedures must be employed. Candidates spend dozens of hours in simulators, repeating drops until the procedures become second nature, until they can function despite the fear and disorientation. But simulation can only teach so much. Eventually, candidates must make real drops. The training progression is carefully designed to build confidence gradually. The first live drops are from relatively low altitude, barely qualifying as orbital insertions, with all safety systems functioning perfectly. These early drops are not particularly dangerous by ODST standards, but for candidates experiencing them for the first time, they are terrifying. The sensation of being sealed into the pod, of losing all control over your fate, of plummeting toward the ground while every instinct screams that you are going to die, is something that cannot be fully prepared for. Some candidates cannot overcome that fear. They freeze, panic, suffer psychological breaks. These individuals are removed from training immediately, returned to their original units, because a Helljumper who cannot control their fear in a controlled training drop certainly cannot be trusted to function in combat conditions. Those who successfully complete the initial drops progress to more challenging scenarios. Altitude increases. Drops occur at night, in adverse weather conditions, into difficult terrain. Safety margins decrease. Eventually, candidates are making true orbital drops from the edge of space, experiencing the full fury of atmospheric entry, the searing heat, the violent shaking, the crushing pressure, all while maintaining focus and preparing to fight the moment their pod impacts the ground. By the time they complete drop training, successful candidates have made dozens of live drops. They have proven repeatedly that they can control their fear, trust their equipment, and function effectively in one of the most stressful environments imaginable. Physical conditioning continues throughout training because ODSTs must maintain peak physical capability to survive their missions. But the focus shifts from pure endurance and strength to tactical fitness, the specific physical capabilities that operational missions demand. Candidates engage in training exercises that simulate real mission profiles, for example, making a drop, moving several kilometers cross-country, while carrying full combat load, assaulting an objective, completing whatever mission tasks are required, and then moving to an extraction point, all while being pursued by hostile forces. These exercises are designed to replicate the reality of ODST operations as closely as possible, and they are exhausting, pushing candidates to operate effectively even when fatigued, hungry, and in pain. Squad tactics and team integration form another critical component of ODST training. While individual capability is essential, ODSTs operate as teams, and team cohesion can mean the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure. Candidates are organized into training squads and conduct increasingly complex tactical exercises together. They learn to communicate efficiently under combat stress, to coordinate their movements and fires, to support each other when one member is wounded or in trouble, to trust each other implicitly because hesitation or doubt can get everyone killed. These training squads become extraordinarily close, bonded by shared hardship and mutual dependence in a way that civilians rarely experience. Many of these training bonds last throughout a Helljumper's career and beyond. Specialized training tracks allow individual ODSTs to develop particular skill sets that make them valuable in specific roles. Some become designated marksmen, receiving advanced training in long-range precision shooting. Others specialize in heavy weapons, learning to employ machine guns, missile launchers, and other crew-served weapons effectively. Demolition specialists receive extensive training in explosives, learning not just how to use them, but how to improvise when standard munitions are unavailable. Communications specialists master the complex systems that allow ODSTs to coordinate with each other and with supporting elements like orbital assets or conventional ground forces. Medics receive training that approaches what civilian paramedics would receive, learning to treat traumatic injuries in field conditions with limited supplies. Every ODST possesses basic competence in all these areas, but specialists provide expertise that can be crucial to mission success. The final phase of ODST training involves increasingly realistic mission rehearsals where candidates are given limited information, incomplete intelligence, and mission parameters that may change mid-operation, forcing them to adapt. These exercises pit candidates against opposing forces, sometimes played by instructors, sometimes by other military units, in scenarios designed to test everything they have learned. Missions might require candidates to infiltrate a defended installation, acquire intelligence, and extract without being detected. Or they might involve direct action raids on high-value targets, or hostage rescue operations where the margin for error is non-existent. These exercises are graded rigorously with after-action reviews that identify every mistake, every missed opportunity, every failure of technique or judgment. The feedback is blunt, often brutal, but it is honest, and it is designed to ensure that when these candidates face real missions with real lives on the line, they are as prepared as it is possible to be. Throughout training, the attrition continues. Not everyone who passes selection successfully completes training. Some are injured because training is physically demanding and injuries are inevitable. Some fail to meet the performance standards in specific areas and are recycled to earlier phases of training for remediation, a humbling experience that some cannot overcome psychologically. Some simply decide that the ODST life is not for them and request transfer back to their original units. And yes, some die. Training accidents, though rare, do occur. Drop pod malfunctions, training exercise mishaps, even simple bad luck can claim lives. The instructors do everything possible to minimize these tragedies, but they cannot eliminate risk entirely because risk is inherent to everything ODSTs do, and training that does not replicate that risk adequately would produce inadequately prepared soldiers. Those who successfully complete the entire training pipeline, who have survived selection and months of brutal instruction and countless drops, and proven themselves in every evaluation, are finally awarded the distinctive armor and insignia of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. The graduation ceremony is simple, austere, much like the ODSTs themselves. There are no grand speeches, no excessive celebration. There is simply acknowledgement of what has been accomplished and what it means. These individuals are now Helljumpers. They have earned the right to wear the skull, to say the motto, to stand alongside the warriors who came before them. They are assigned to operational units, joining squads and platoons and companies that are spread across UNSC-controlled space, ready to deploy wherever they are needed. But graduation from training is not the end of learning. New ODSTs are junior members of their units, and they continue to learn from more experienced soldiers, absorbing tactical knowledge, unit traditions, and the accumulated wisdom that comes from actual combat operations. They will likely undergo additional training throughout their careers, refresher courses, training in new weapons or techniques, specialized schools for particular mission types. The ODST community understands that complacency kills, that the moment you think you know everything is the moment you become vulnerable. So, training continues constantly, keeping skills sharp and minds flexible. The selection and training pipeline produces soldiers who are among the finest conventional warriors humanity possesses. They are not Spartans, not super soldiers, but they are as close as unaugmented humans can get. They are physically capable, tactically proficient, mentally resilient, and motivated by a fierce pride in their identity as Helljumpers. They are ready to face any enemy, overcome any obstacle, complete any mission. They are ready to go feet first into hell because that is what they were trained to do, and because they have proven repeatedly that they have the courage and skill to do it successfully. They are ODSTs, and that says everything that needs to be said. An Orbital Drop Shock Trooper is only as effective as the equipment they carry into battle. And the UNSC has invested enormous resources into providing Helljumpers with the tools they need to survive and succeed in the most hostile environments imaginable. The distinctive ODST battle dress uniform, weapons, and above all, the drop pods themselves. These are not merely equipment, but integral parts of the ODST identity, shaped by decades of combat experience and refined continuously to meet the evolving demands of modern warfare. To understand the ODSTs is to understand their relationship with their gear, the trust they place in it, the ways they customize and personalize it, and the cold calculus that governs what they carry when every ounce of weight matters. The most iconic and immediately recognizable element of ODST equipment is the armor itself. Formally designated as the ODST battle dress uniform, though universally referred to simply as ODST armor. This armor represents a careful balance between protection, mobility, and the specific demands of orbital insertion. It must be robust enough to withstand the stresses of atmospheric entry and landing impact, yet light enough to allow soldiers to move effectively once on the ground. It must provide ballistic protection without the powered assistance of the semi-powered infantry armor or the full power armor employed by Spartans. It must integrate sophisticated electronics while remaining simple enough to repair in field conditions. These competing demands have resulted in a design that is distinctive, practical, and intimately associated with the Helljumpers in the public imagination. The foundation of the ODST armor system is the body suit, a flexible ballistic weave that covers the entire body from neck to feet. This underlay provides basic protection against small arms fire, fragmentation, and environmental hazards while allowing freedom of movement. The weave incorporates impact-absorbing materials that help distribute the tremendous forces experienced during pod landings across the body, rather than concentrating them at specific points. Over this bodysuit, rigid armor plates protect the chest, back, shoulders, forearms, thighs, and shins. These plates are manufactured from high-grade titanium alloys and composite materials that offer excellent protection against both ballistic threats and energy weapons while keeping weight manageable. The plate system is modular, allowing individual soldiers to adjust their protection level based on mission requirements and personal preference, though all configurations must meet minimum protection standards. The ODST helmet is perhaps the most distinctive piece of equipment in the ensemble, and it deserves particular attention because it is far more than simple head protection. The helmet integrates advanced electronics that provide the wearer with capabilities that significantly enhance their effectiveness in combat. The outer shell is smooth and rounded, designed for optimal aerodynamics during atmospheric entry, and constructed from the same advanced materials as the body armor plates. The faceplate is a polarized visor that protects the eyes while providing clear vision in normal conditions and can automatically adjust its tinting in response to bright light sources like explosions or plasma discharges. But the real sophistication of the ODST helmet lies in its integrated systems, collectively known as the Heads-Up Display or HUD. This system provides the wearer with a constant stream of tactical information overlaid on their field of view: health status, ammunition count, tactical waypoints, squad member positions, threat indicators. All of this information is displayed in a minimally obtrusive format that enhances situational awareness without cluttering the visual field. The helmet also includes integrated communications equipment, allowing squad members to maintain contact with each other and with supporting elements over encrypted channels. Audio enhancement systems amplify quiet sounds like footsteps or whispered conversations while dampening loud noises like gunfire, protecting hearing while improving the wearer's ability to detect threats. One of the most remarked upon features of the ODST helmet is the VISR system, which stands for Visual Intelligence System, Reconnaissance. This sophisticated sensor suite can operate in multiple modes depending on environmental conditions and tactical requirements. In low-light conditions, VISR provides enhanced vision that allows ODSTs to operate effectively at night or in dark environments without relying on external light sources that might give away their position. The system highlights edges and objects, creating a distinctive visual aesthetic that makes the environment appear outlined in glowing colors. Friend or foe identification systems tag friendly forces in green and known hostiles in red, reducing the risk of fratricide in chaotic combat conditions. The VISR system can also provide thermal imaging, motion tracking, and other sensor modes depending on the specific helmet variant and mission requirements. Different ODST units and individual soldiers personalize their helmets and armor with paint, decals, scratches, and other modifications that reflect their personality, their service history, or their unit culture. This personalization is officially discouraged, as standard uniform regulations dictate specific appearance standards. But it is also universally tolerated because commanders understand that these small personalizations are important to morale and unit cohesion. A skull painted on a helmet, hash marks representing missions completed, a meaningful quote or phrase stenciled on a chest plate. These touches make the armor more than just equipment. They make it part of the soldier's identity. The armor is not without limitations. Unlike the powered Mjolnir armor worn by Spartans, ODST armor does not enhance the wearer's strength or speed. It does not provide energy shielding that can absorb multiple hits before failing. It is fundamentally conventional body armor, advanced certainly, but operating on the same principles as the plate carriers worn by 21st century soldiers. This means ODSTs must rely on tactics, skill, and teamwork to overcome enemies that might have significant physical or technological advantages. It means they must be cautious, smart, and aggressive when aggression serves, because their armor will protect them from some threats, but it is not invincible, and they are not invincible wearing it. Now we must turn our attention to the crown jewel of ODST technology, the equipment that defines them more than any other, the single-occupant exoatmospheric insertion vehicle universally known as the drop pod. These remarkable vehicles are the reason ODST can do what they do, delivering soldiers from orbit to surface rapidly, precisely, and critically, survivably. The engineering that goes into these pods represents some of the finest work the UNSC industrial base has ever produced, and understanding how they work is essential to understanding ODST operations. The exterior of a standard drop pod is deceptively simple, a roughly cylindrical shape, perhaps 3 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter, with a pointed nose cone for aerodynamic efficiency. The outer shell is constructed from heat-resistant composite materials that can withstand the tremendous thermal stress of atmospheric entry, when friction with the atmosphere can heat the pod surface to temperatures that would vaporize lesser materials. Ablative coatings vaporize in controlled fashion during entry, carrying heat away from the pod and protecting both the structure and the occupant within. The shell is also armored, providing protection against anti-aircraft fire during descent. Though this protection has limits and a direct hit from heavy weapons will destroy a pod. Inside the pod, the layout is cramped but efficiently designed. The ODST sits in a form-fitting crash harness that secures them firmly in place, preventing injury from the violent accelerations and decelerations the pod experiences during insertion. The harness incorporates shock absorption systems that cushion the occupant against impact forces that would otherwise cause serious injury or death. In front of the soldier, a compact control panel provides limited interface with the pod systems, though most functions are automated and the occupant has very little actual control over the descent once it begins. The interior is equipped with minimal life support systems, sufficient oxygen for the duration of a typical drop plus a small reserve, and temperature regulation to prevent the soldier from cooking during atmospheric entry. The drop pod's descent profile is carefully engineered to balance speed with survivability. Launch occurs from a ship in low orbit, typically at altitudes between 100 and 300 kilometers. The pod is simply released, initially falling ballistically under the influence of gravity. As it descends into the upper atmosphere, friction begins to build, heating the hull and creating the characteristic fiery trail that makes drop pod insertion so visually spectacular. The pod's automated systems make constant minor adjustments to its trajectory using small maneuvering thrusters, attempting to keep it on course toward its designated landing zone despite atmospheric turbulence and wind shear. As the pod descends through the lower atmosphere, its speed must be reduced dramatically to allow for survivable landing. Different pod variants use different methods for this terminal phase. Some deploy parachutes at predetermined altitudes, trading reduced precision for simplicity and reliability. Others rely on retro rockets that fire in the final seconds before impact, providing powerful deceleration. The most modern pods use a combination of both systems: parachutes for initial deceleration, followed by retro rockets for fine control, providing the best balance of reliability and precision. Even with these systems, the final impact is violent, generating several G-forces of deceleration as the pod slams into the ground. The soldier inside experiences this as a tremendous jolt, contained by their harness, but unavoidable and often disorienting. Once the pod has landed, assuming it has done so successfully, the access hatches blow open with explosive bolts, allowing the ODST to exit rapidly. This is a critical moment because the pod landing has almost certainly alerted nearby enemies to the soldier's position. The first seconds after exiting the pod are often the most dangerous of the entire insertion, as the ODST must quickly orient themselves, identify threats, and prepare to engage before enemies can concentrate fire on their position. Speed and aggression in these moments can mean the difference between successful insertion and death before the mission even properly begins. The pods are not reusable in the traditional sense. Once dropped and landed, they cannot be recovered and relaunched. They become battlefield debris, leftover metal shells scattered across the landing zone. However, their armor and internal systems often remain partially functional, and clever ODSTs sometimes use landed pods as improvised cover or defensive positions. Some pods also incorporate supply compartments that deploy with the soldier, containing additional ammunition, heavy weapons, or other mission-essential equipment that the soldier cannot carry on their person during the drop. Turning to personal armament, ODSTs have access to essentially the entire UNSC infantry weapons catalog, and their choices in loadout reflect both their training and their understanding of the missions they are likely to face. Every ODST carries a primary weapon, a sidearm, a combat knife, and grenades as baseline, with additional equipment selected based on role and mission requirements. The M7S caseless submachine gun, often referred to as the M7S SMG, is perhaps the most iconic ODST weapon, so closely associated with Helljumpers that some within the UNSC refer to it simply as the ODST gun. This weapon is a suppressed variant of the standard M7 SMG, firing 5mm caseless ammunition at a high rate of fire. The suppressor makes it ideal for infiltration missions where stealth is paramount, as it significantly reduces both the weapon's sound signature and muzzle flash. The caseless ammunition design eliminates ejected shell casings that could give away a soldier's position or create forensic evidence. The weapon's compact size makes it easy to handle in confined spaces and during pod insertion. Its high rate of fire provides excellent close-range firepower, though accuracy at range is limited. Many ODSTs pair the M7S with a longer-range weapon like a battle rifle or designated marksman rifle to ensure effectiveness across the full spectrum of engagement distances. The M6C SOCOM pistol is the standard ODST sidearm, another suppressed weapon that speaks to the Helljumpers' emphasis on stealth when circumstances permit. This is a magnum caliber handgun firing 12.7mm semi-armor piercing rounds that are devastatingly effective against unarmored or lightly armored targets. The integrated suppressor and SmartLink scope make it an effective tool for close-range assassination or precision shooting when primary weapons are inappropriate or unavailable. The SOCOM variant is specifically issued to Special Operations Forces, including ODSTs, and is considered a significant step up from the standard M6 series pistols carried by conventional troops. Battle rifles, particularly the BR-55 series, are widely used by ODSTs as primary weapons when engagement ranges are expected to be moderate to long. These weapons fire 95mm armor-piercing rounds in 3-round bursts, providing an excellent balance between accuracy, power, and ammunition efficiency. The battle rifle is effective against most Covenant infantry at ranges up to several hundred meters, making it extremely versatile. Many ODSTs favor this weapon for its reliability and effectiveness across varied combat situations. For longer-range precision work, designated marksmen within ODST units often carry specialized rifles like the M392 designated marksman rifle or various sniper rifle variants. These weapons allow skilled shooters to engage high-value targets at extended ranges, providing overwatch for their squads or eliminating enemy leadership and heavy weapons crews before they can threaten friendly forces. The role of designated marksman is particularly valued in ODST operations because the ability to precisely eliminate key threats can make the difference between mission success and failure for small isolated units operating deep in enemy territory. Heavy weapons specialists carry weapons like the M41 surface-to-surface rocket launcher, commonly called the Spanker, or the AE-486H heavy machine gun. These crew-served weapons provide firepower that can engage armored vehicles, fortified positions, or massed enemy formations. The weight and bulk of these weapons means specialists must often sacrifice mobility or secondary equipment, but the combat power they bring to a squad is considerable and often essential when facing heavily armed enemies. Every ODST carries a combat knife, and typically the M11 combat knife, a simple, reliable blade that serves both as a weapon of last resort and as a utility tool. The knife is more than just equipment. It is symbolic, a reminder of the fundamental nature of combat that no amount of advanced technology can completely eliminate. Hand-to-hand combat training ensures that ODSTs can effectively employ the knife in close quarters situations. Though modern Covenant enemies often possess physical advantages that make knife fighting extremely dangerous, grenades round out the standard ODST loadout. Fragmentation grenades provide anti-personnel capability, useful for clearing rooms or denying areas to enemy infantry. The UNSC also issues specialized grenades for specific purposes: smoke grenades for concealment, flashbang grenades for assaulting fortified positions, and others. In combat against the Covenant, ODSTs also make use of captured Covenant grenades when available, particularly plasma grenades, whose ability to adhere to targets and deliver devastating explosive force makes them extremely effective despite the risk associated with carrying volatile alien technology. Beyond weapons and armor, ODSTs carry a range of supporting equipment essential to their operations. Communications gear allows them to coordinate with squad members and call for support from orbital or aerial assets. Medical supplies, usually at least a basic first aid kit, and often more comprehensive trauma medical equipment, ensure that wounded soldiers can receive immediate treatment that might keep them alive until extraction. Demolition charges, breaching equipment, and other specialized tools are distributed among squad members based on anticipated mission requirements. Navigation equipment, mapping systems, and personal data devices help soldiers orient themselves and access mission-critical information. Water and rations provide basic sustenance for extended operations. Taken together, an ODST in full combat load carries a substantial amount of equipment, often exceeding 40 kilograms, and the physical conditioning required to operate effectively under such load for extended periods is one reason the training pipeline is so demanding. Equipment maintenance is a constant concern and a source of pride for professional soldiers. ODSTs are trained to maintain, repair, and if necessary, field modify their equipment. Weapons must be cleaned and inspected regularly. Armor must be checked for damage and repaired when possible. Drop pod systems must be tested before insertion. This maintenance is not merely practical necessity, but also ritual, the soldier's way of preparing psychologically for combat, of asserting some degree of control over their fate by ensuring that their tools are in optimal condition. Many ODSTs develop personal maintenance rituals, specific sequences of checks and procedures that they follow religiously before every mission, small superstitions that help manage the fear that comes with their dangerous profession. The relationship between an ODST and their equipment is intimate in a way that civilians rarely experience. This armor has protected them in combat. These weapons have saved their lives. This drop pod has carried them safely through atmospheric fire. The equipment is not merely tools, but partners in the deadly dance of combat, extensions of the soldier's will and capability. When equipment fails, and sometimes it does, the consequences can be catastrophic. When it functions as designed, it enables ODSTs to accomplish missions that should be impossible. The trust that Helljumpers place in their gear is earned through experience, reinforced through training, and vindicated every time they return alive from the battlefield. This is the compact between soldier and equipment, and it is as fundamental to the ODST experience as any other aspect of their service. The Orbital Drop Shock Troopers do not fight like conventional infantry. They cannot afford to. Their numbers are too few, their insertion methods too specialized, their missions too critical to employ the standard tactics of attrition and overwhelming force that characterize large-scale conventional warfare. Instead, the ODSTs have developed a sophisticated tactical doctrine that maximizes their unique capabilities while minimizing their vulnerabilities. A doctrine built around speed, precision, violence of action, and the devastating psychological impact of soldiers literally falling from the sky to strike without warning. To understand ODST tactics is to understand a philosophy of warfare that rejects caution in favor of controlled aggression, that accepts risk as inevitable and manages it through skill rather than attempting to eliminate it. The orbital drop itself is the foundation upon which all ODST tactics are built, and understanding the mechanics and implications of this insertion method is essential to understanding everything else. When a mission requires ODST insertion, the process begins with careful planning and preparation, target selection, landing zone identification, approach vector calculation. All of these factors must be determined with precision because once the pods are away, there is very little that can be done to adjust the plan. Intelligence gathering is critical. ODSTs need to know what they are dropping into. Enemy strength and disposition, environmental hazards, the location of objectives, possible extraction routes. This intelligence often comes from reconnaissance assets like spy satellites, unmanned aerial vehicles, or reconnaissance teams that have infiltrated the area before the main insertion. The approach begins with the ODST unit boarding their deployment vessel, typically a larger warship or specialized assault carrier, and moving to orbit above the target area. The vessel must position itself carefully, balancing the need to be close enough for accurate pod deployment against the need to avoid enemy anti-aircraft and anti-orbital weapons. This often means the ship is operating in a hostile environment, potentially under fire, adding urgency to the deployment process. The ODSTs enter their pods, are secured, and conduct final systems checks. For many, these moments before launch are the hardest, sealed in the pod, unable to do anything but wait, alone with their thoughts and their fear. Launch is simultaneous or in rapid sequence. Dozens or hundreds of pods dropping from the ship's launch bays, falling away from the vessel and beginning their fiery descent. The initial phase of the drop is ballistic. The pods simply falling under gravity's influence with minimal maneuvering capability. This is when they are most vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire from the ground, streaking through the sky like meteors, visible to anyone who looks up, tempting targets for enemy gunners. Some pods will be hit. This is accepted as inevitable. The loss rate varies depending on enemy defenses and other factors, but casualties during insertion are simply part of the equation, factored into mission planning with cold calculation. That would be shocking to anyone unfamiliar with military operations at this level. As the pods enter the lower atmosphere and approach their landing zones, their descent slows through deployment of parachutes or firing of retro rockets. This is also a vulnerable moment because the pods are moving more slowly and thus easier targets, but it is also brief and then impact. The pods slam into the ground with tremendous force, the shock absorbed by the pod systems and the occupant's harness, but still jarring, disorienting. For a few seconds after landing, the ODST inside is effectively helpless, waiting for the pod's hatches to blow open, hoping that no enemy soldier is waiting outside with a weapon pointed at the opening. But then the hatches do blow open, and the ODST exits, weapon ready, and the mission truly begins. This moment, the transition from helpless passenger to active combatant, is critical. The tactical doctrine emphasizes aggressive action immediately upon exiting the pod. ODSTs are trained to move quickly away from their landing point, to seek cover, to identify and engage threats without hesitation. Speed and violence of action in these first seconds can disrupt enemy responses, prevent them from concentrating fire, and seize the initiative that will govern the rest of the engagement. One of the primary tactical advantages of orbital insertion is the ability to achieve surprise, unlike conventional ground assault, which requires forces to approach the objective over land, potentially alerting defenders, or air assault, which is telegraphed by the sound of approaching aircraft. Orbital drops can occur with minimal warning. The first indication an enemy may have of an ODST assault is when the pods begin to land, and by then it is too late to organize an effective defense. This surprise is multiplied by the psychological impact of the insertion. Enemies who suddenly find themselves under attack by soldiers who have literally fallen from the sky often experience shock and confusion that impairs their combat effectiveness, providing ODSTs with a crucial advantage in the opening phases of the engagement. The shock and awe philosophy that underlies ODST operations is deliberate. The intent is not merely to defeat the enemy, but to break their will to resist, to convince them that continuing to fight is futile. This is accomplished through overwhelming violence in the initial assault. ODSTs are trained to strike hard and fast, to maximize casualties and destruction in the first minutes of contact, to create a situation where the enemy's only rational response is to flee or surrender. This approach is not sadistic or unnecessarily cruel. It is coldly practical. Quick, decisive victories save lives, both friendly and ultimately enemy lives, because they prevent protracted fighting that might otherwise occur. Urban warfare is an area where ODSTs excel and have developed particularly sophisticated tactics. The close quarters, complex terrain, and civilian presence that characterize urban combat environments create challenges for conventional forces. But ODSTs train extensively in these conditions. Their drop capability allows them to insert directly into urban areas, potentially bypassing outer defenses to strike at targets in the city center. Once on the ground, they employ small unit tactics that emphasize speed and coordination. 4 to 6 soldier fire teams move through buildings and streets, covering each other, clearing rooms systematically, maintaining communication and mutual support. Squad leaders have considerable autonomy to make tactical decisions based on the situation they encounter, because centralized control is often impossible in the chaos of urban combat. Building clearing techniques are drilled endlessly in training. ODSTs must enter structures that may be defended, locate and neutralize threats, and minimize collateral damage when possible. This requires discipline, communication, and flawless execution of standard procedures. The lead soldier in a stack prepares to breach the door, using explosive charges if necessary, or simply kicking it open if circumstances permit. The team flows through the opening in sequence, each member knowing their sector of responsibility, clearing the room with economy of movement and immediate engagement of of any threats identified. This process is repeated room by room, floor by floor, until the building is secure. It is demanding, dangerous work, and mistakes are often fatal. Behind enemy lines, operations represent another core ODST mission profile. Sometimes the objective is not direct action, but rather reconnaissance, gathering intelligence about enemy positions, capabilities, and intentions. ODSTs may be inserted deep in enemy-controlled territory, sometimes hundreds of kilometers from friendly lines, with orders to observe and report. These missions require different skills than direct assault operations. Stealth becomes paramount. The emphasis shifts from firepower to concealment, from aggressive movement to patient observation. ODSTs on reconnaissance missions may spend days or weeks in hide positions, watching enemy activity, transmitting intelligence back to higher command, avoiding detection at all costs. They carry minimal equipment to reduce noise and bulk, rely on camouflage and field craft to remain invisible, and understand that engaging the enemy would likely mean mission failure and their own death or capture. Sabotage missions require infiltration to target specific infrastructure or capabilities for destruction. An ODST team might be tasked with destroying a bridge, disabling a power plant, demolishing a fuel depot, or eliminating other targets whose destruction would impair enemy operations. These missions combine the stealth requirements of reconnaissance with the technical skills needed to employ explosives effectively and the combat skills necessary to fight if discovered. The team must reach the target undetected, place charges or otherwise conduct the sabotage and extract before the enemy can respond. Timing is critical. The destruction must occur when it will have maximum effect, which might mean the team must wait for days for the right moment, remaining concealed near the target despite the constant risk of discovery. Hostage rescue and high-value target extraction missions are perhaps the most challenging ODST operations, requiring speed, precision, and perfect execution because the consequences of failure are so severe. When civilians or captured military personnel are held by enemy forces, when a critical defector or intelligence asset needs to be brought out of hostile territory, ODSTs may be called upon because they can reach the target quickly and have the skills to execute the mission. These operations are meticulously planned. The team must know exactly where the hostages or target are located, the enemy's strength and disposition, the building's layout or terrain features, and potential obstacles. The assault must be swift and violent, overwhelming guards before they can harm the hostages. The extraction must be rapid because the enemy will respond in force. There is no room for error. If a hostage is injured or killed, if the target is not secured, the mission fails, regardless of how skillfully the team performed otherwise. Coordination with conventional forces is an essential aspect of ODST operations. Helljumpers often serve as the tip of the spear for larger military campaigns, dropped in ahead of the main force to secure landing zones, eliminate enemy anti-aircraft defenses, or capture key objectives that would otherwise impede the advance. This requires close coordination between ODST units and the conventional Marine or Army forces they are supporting. Communication is vital. The ODSTs must be able to call in fire support from artillery, naval vessels in orbit, or attack aircraft. They must be able to pass intelligence about enemy positions and strength. They must coordinate their actions with a larger battle plan so that their efforts support rather than hinder the overall operation. Air and armor support integration provides ODSTs with capabilities they do not possess organically. ODST squads are infantry, lacking their own heavy armor or artillery, but they can call upon these assets when needed. A squad pinned down by enemy armor might call for fire from orbiting warships, bringing down MAC rounds or missile strikes from space. Or they might direct attack aircraft like Longsword bombers or Hornet gunships to engage the threat. This requires specialized training and equipment. Forward air controllers within ODST units undergo additional training to direct supporting fires safely and effectively, ensuring that ordnance lands on enemy positions rather than friendly forces. The relationship between ODSTs and pilots or ship crews is built on mutual respect and trust. The pilots know that ODSTs are often operating in the worst possible conditions, and they do everything possible to provide the support requested. The ODSTs know that the pilots are risking their lives, flying into hostile airspace to help them, and they do not call for support lightly. Adaptability in asymmetric warfare environments is perhaps the most critical tactical skill ODSTs possess. The nature of conflict in the 26th century is that enemies are diverse and unpredictable. Fighting insurrectionist humans requires different tactics than fighting Covenant forces, which in turn requires different approaches than combating flood infestations or dealing with Promethean constructs. ODSTs must be able to assess the enemy they are facing and adjust their tactics accordingly. Against human insurrectionists, standard small unit infantry tactics, cover and concealment, suppressive fire and maneuver are generally effective. Against Covenant elites, physically superior foes with personal energy shields and deadly weapons, different approaches are necessary, focusing fire to overwhelm shields quickly, using precision headshots when possible, employing grenades aggressively to flush enemies from cover. The ODSTs have also developed tactical innovations that have been adopted more broadly across UNSC forces. Their emphasis on squad-level initiative and decentralized decision-making has influenced Marine Corps doctrine. Their integration of multiple sensor systems and the VISR visual enhancement has led to similar capabilities being added to other armor systems. Their experience with rapid insertion and high-risk operations has informed the planning for larger-scale assault operations. In this way, the ODSTs serve not just as a tactical asset, but also as a laboratory for testing and refining combat techniques that benefit the entire UNSC military establishment. There are limitations to ODST capabilities that must be acknowledged honestly. They cannot hold territory indefinitely. They lack the numbers and heavy weapons for sustained combat against large enemy forces. They are vulnerable to enemy air power if friendly forces cannot maintain air superiority. Their reliance on orbital insertion means they are dependent on naval assets to deploy. And if those assets are unavailable or destroyed, the ODSTs cannot reach the battlefield. These limitations are well understood within the ODST community, and tactics are developed with them in mind. The emphasis is on missions that play to ODST strengths: rapid assault, precision strikes, operation in hostile territory, rather than missions better suited to conventional forces. The ODST operational doctrine is ultimately a doctrine of controlled audacity. It asks soldiers to take calculated risks, to go where others cannot or will not go, to accomplish missions that conventional thinking says are impossible. It succeeds because the soldiers who execute it are superbly trained, well-equipped, and motivated by an esprit de corps that makes them willing to attempt the impossible for each other and for the mission. From the first moment they exit their drop pods to the final extraction, ODSTs operate according to principles that have been proven in combat over decades. Move fast, hit hard, adapt to circumstances, support your squad mates, and never give up. These simple principles, applied by skilled professionals in the crucible of combat, have made the ODSTs one of the most effective fighting forces in human history, soldiers whose impact far exceeds their numbers, whose courage inspires those who witness it, and whose sacrifice has bought humanity time in its endless war for survival. The year 2525 marked the end of humanity's illusions about its place in the universe. For decades, the greatest threats faced by the United Nations Space Command had come from within: insurrectionists seeking independence, colonial unrest, the messy complications of governing an ever-expanding sphere of human settlement. The ODST program had been forged in those conflicts, refined through operations against human enemies who understood human tactics and could be defeated through superior skill and determination. Then came first contact with the Covenant, and everything changed. Suddenly, humanity faced an enemy whose technology was centuries or millennia more advanced, whose numbers seemed limitless, whose religious fanaticism drove them to seek the complete extermination of the human species. For the ODSTs, this was baptism by fire on a scale none could have anticipated, a test that would push them beyond every limit and reveal exactly what it meant to stand against impossible odds with nothing but courage and skill. First contact occurred on the agricultural world of harvest, a prosperous colony on the outer edge of human-controlled space. When communications with Harvest ceased abruptly, the initial assumption was technical failure, or perhaps insurrectionist activity. A scout ship, the UNSC Argo, was dispatched to investigate and was destroyed almost immediately upon entering the system. This prompted a more serious response. A battle group of UNSC warships under the command of Vice Admiral Preston Cole. What they found when they arrived at Harvest in 2526 was devastation beyond comprehension. The colony had been completely destroyed, its surface scorched and glassed by plasma bombardment from orbit, its population of millions simply gone. And orbiting the ruined world was a single alien vessel, unlike anything in UNSC records, powerful enough to destroy 2 of Cole's ships before the weight of UNSC numbers finally brought it down. The survival of that engagement provided the first fragmentary intelligence about the enemy. They called themselves the Covenant, appeared to be an alliance of multiple alien species, possessed weapons technology that made UNSC armaments look primitive, and most disturbing of all, seemed to be religiously motivated to destroy every human they encountered. Initial attempts at communication, at negotiation, at finding any basis for peace, all failed absolutely. The Covenant message was clear and unambiguous. Humanity was an affront to their gods, and the only acceptable outcome was complete extermination. For the ODSTs, the implication of this new threat became clear quickly and terribly. The Battle of Harvest, the 5-year campaign to reclaim that single world from Covenant control, saw extensive ODST deployment and provided hard lessons about fighting this new enemy. Traditional ODST tactics, developed against human foes, required immediate adaptation. Covenant forces included multiple species, each with different capabilities and threat profiles. Grunts, the small methane-breathing infantry that formed the bulk of Covenant ground forces, were individually weak, but appeared in swarms and carried weapons that could kill ODST soldiers as easily as anyone else. Jackals employed energy shields that could deflect incoming fire while leaving them free, shoot back with deadly accuracy. Elites, the Covenant's primary warrior caste, were physically superior to humans, stronger, faster, more durable, and equipped with personal energy shields and plasma weaponry that made them incredibly dangerous opponents. And there were hunters, towering bipedal constructs of alien worms bound into armor, nearly impervious to small arms fire, and wielding fuel rod cannons that could vaporize infantry or destroy vehicles with single shots. The first ODST drops against Covenant positions were bloodbaths. The aliens' superior sensors often detected incoming drop pods and engaged them with anti-aircraft fire during descent, destroying pods before they even reached the ground. Those pods that did land successfully often found themselves in kill zones, with Covenant forces already positioned and waiting. The Covenant's energy weapons proved devastating against ODST armor. Plasma bolts could burn through titanium and composite materials with horrifying ease. The aliens' superior strength and speed meant that even when ODSTs achieved successful insertion and surprise, the advantage could evaporate quickly once the enemy recovered from the initial shock. Casualties were appalling. Entire platoons were wiped out. Missions that should have been straightforward became desperate struggles for survival. But ODSTs adapted, because adaptation is what soldiers do or they die. Tacticians and field commanders began developing new approaches specifically tailored to fighting the Covenant. Drop pod insertion vectors were adjusted to minimize time in anti-aircraft fire envelopes, accepting reduced precision in landing zones to improve survival rates. Pre-insertion bombardments by orbital assets became standard, attempting to suppress Covenant air defenses before the drop. ODST units began working more closely with reconnaissance assets, ensuring better intelligence about enemy positions before committing to an assault. And critically, ODSTs began learning to exploit Covenant weaknesses, because even an enemy as formidable as the Covenant had weaknesses. Covenant forces, for all their technological superiority, often displayed rigid tactical doctrine that clever human commanders could exploit. Their reliance on energy shields made sustained fire effective, overwhelming the shield's recharge capacity and allowing follow-up shots to kill. Their command structure was hierarchical and species-based, meaning that killing elite commanders could throw grunt formations into confusion and panic. Their technology, while advanced, was treated by the aliens more as holy relics than as tools, meaning Covenant forces sometimes struggled to adapt or repair equipment in field conditions. Human weapons, particularly armor-piercing rounds and explosives, could damage Covenant armor and flesh effectively, despite the technology gap. These were small advantages, but in combat, small advantages could mean the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure. The early years of the war saw ODST units deployed across the outer colonies, fighting desperate rearguard actions as world after world fell to the Covenant advance. These were brutal, grinding campaigns with little hope of ultimate victory, but they were necessary. Every day that human forces could delay the Covenant advance was another day for civilians to evacuate, another day to fortify defenses on more important worlds, another day for UNSC intelligence to learn more about the enemy. The ODSTs were often the last UNSC forces off a dying world, dropped in to cover evacuation operations, to buy time with their lives so that others might escape. These missions rarely made headlines, rarely earned recognition, but they saved millions of lives, and they demonstrated the ODST willingness to face impossible odds for the sake of those who could not fight for themselves. By 2035, a decade into the war, the Covenant had destroyed dozens of outer colony worlds and showed no signs of slowing. The UNSC had learned to fight them more effectively. Casualty rates had improved somewhat, but the fundamental math remained terrible. The Covenant had more ships, better weapons, and seemed willing to expend unlimited resources to achieve humanity's destruction. The ODSTs, like all UNSC forces, were fighting a losing war, and everyone knew it. But they kept fighting anyway, because the alternative was to give up and let humanity die without resistance. The fall of Reach in 2552 represented a catastrophic turning point in the war and perhaps the darkest chapter in ODST history. Reach was not just another colony. It was the fortress world, humanity's primary military production center outside Earth itself, home to critical shipyards, training facilities, and research installations. It was also the headquarters of FleetCom, the UNSC's naval command structure. If Reach fell, Earth would be next. And there were no illusions about humanity's ability to defend its home world if the Covenant committed to its destruction with the same ferocity they had shown throughout the war. When the Covenant attacked Reach in force in late July 2552, the UNSC threw everything it had into the planet's defense. This included massive deployment of ODST forces across multiple combat zones. ODSTs dropped into orbital defense platform clusters to repel Covenant boarding actions. They deployed to the surface to defend critical installations like the orbital defense generators that powered Reach's protective MAC gun network. They conducted raids on Covenant landing sites, attempting to disrupt the invasion force and buy time for evacuation efforts. The fighting was intense beyond description, a multi-week campaign that saw some of the heaviest ground combat of the entire war. The ODSTs performed with characteristic valor, but valor was not enough. The Covenant forces were too numerous, too powerful, and too determined. Defense after defense was overrun. Position after position fell. The orbital defense grid, despite heroic efforts to protect it, was gradually degraded as the Covenant destroyed generator sites one by one. ODST casualties were staggering. Entire battalions were declared lost. Individual units fought on even after being cut off from resupply and communication, fighting until their ammunition ran out, and then fighting hand to hand, refusing to surrender because they knew the Covenant did not take prisoners. One particularly notable engagement during the fall of Reach involved ODST forces defending the Orbital Defense Generator Facility at Longhorn Valley. The facility was critical to maintaining the protective network of MAC platforms that were humanity's primary defense against Covenant warships. Covenant ground forces assaulted the facility with overwhelming numbers supported by air power and armored vehicles. The ODST garrison, reinforced by Spartan intervention, held the facility for 3 days against continuous assault, inflicting massive casualties on the attackers. But ultimately, the position was overrun. Of the several hundred ODSTs who defended Longhorn Valley. Fewer than a dozen survived to evacuate before the facility's destruction. Their sacrifice bought time, time that allowed other evacuation efforts to proceed, time that allowed critical intelligence and personnel to escape off-world. It was cold comfort to those who died, but it was not meaningless. By late August 25 and 52, Reach was lost. The Covenant had achieved complete orbital superiority and was systematically glassing the planet's surface. Evacuation efforts collapsed as the Covenant began destroying fleeing civilian vessels. Some ODST units managed to escape aboard military ships that broke through the Covenant blockade. Others remained on Reach's surface, fighting on in isolated pockets, their fate unknown. The loss of Reach was a devastating blow to UNSC military capability and morale. The fortress world that was supposed to be impregnable had fallen in a matter of weeks. For the ODSTs who survived, the memory of Reach would haunt them forever, a stark reminder that courage and skill, while necessary, were not sufficient against an enemy with such overwhelming advantages. But there was no time for mourning or reflection, because the Covenant had discovered Earth's location and the war was coming home. The Battle of Earth, beginning in October 25 and 52, would become the defining engagement of the entire war and would see the ODST demonstrate their finest hour even amid the apocalyptic chaos of a Covenant assault on humanity's home world. The Covenant fleet that initially attacked Earth was smaller than expected, leading to speculation about whether this was merely a scouting force or whether the enemy had committed some tactical error. Regardless, the UNSC responded with everything it could muster, throwing ships and soldiers into the defense with desperate fury. ODST units all across the Sol system were activated and deployed to hot zones as the Covenant assault unfolded. The most famous ODST engagement during the Battle of Earth occurred in and around the city of New Mombasa in East Africa, when a Covenant assault carrier, the Solemn Penance, positioned itself above the city. UNSC forces responded immediately. Among them was a unit designated Alpha 9, led by a gunnery sergeant Edward Buck, a veteran ODST with years of combat experience. Alpha 9's mission was to board the Solemn Penance via drop pod insertion, fight their way through the carrier's interior, and capture or kill the Prophet of Regret, the high-ranking Covenant leader commanding the vessel. This was an audacious mission, emblematic of the ODST philosophy. Identify the enemy's critical vulnerability and strike it with maximum violence, regardless of the risk. The drop was executed as planned, with Alpha 9 and other ODST units launching from the UNSC Say My Name and plummeting toward the Covenant carrier. But seconds before the pods reached their target, the Solemn Penance activated its slip space drive. Jumping away from Earth while still in atmosphere, a maneuver that should have been impossible, and which generated a catastrophic slip-space rupture directly above New Mombasa. The shock wave scattered the ODST drop pods across the city, with many destroyed outright by the energies released. The city's infrastructure was heavily damaged, and the slip-space rupture left a significant Covenant force occupying New Mombasa, now cut off from retreat, but also from reinforcement, an isolated enemy foothold in the heart of UNSC territory. Alpha 9 was scattered across the city, with squad members landing separately and losing contact with each other. One member, known simply as the Rookie, was knocked unconscious during landing and awoke hours later to find New Mombasa dark, rain-soaked, and occupied by Covenant patrols. What followed was a desperate solo navigation through hostile territory, searching for any sign of fellow squad members while avoiding or engaging Covenant forces. The Rookie's journey through the dark streets of New Mombasa, guided only by the evidence left behind by his scattered squad mates, became emblematic of the ODST experience during the Battle of Earth. Isolated, outnumbered, uncertain, but still fighting, still pushing forward, still refusing to quit, despite having every rational reason to do so. Eventually, Alpha 9 reconsolidated in the underground caverns beneath New Mombasa, where they discovered critical intelligence about Covenant operations and intentions. The squad fought through additional Covenant forces to secure this intelligence and extract it successfully, providing UNSC Command with information that would prove valuable in the larger strategic picture of the war. Their mission, though drastically different from what had been planned, was ultimately successful, and they survived, though survival came at a high cost and with lasting scars, both physical and psychological. Alpha 9's story during the Battle of New Mombasa is well documented because several squad members survived the war, and their experiences were extensively debriefed. But across Earth, hundreds of other ODST units fought similar battles, most with far less documentation and often with far worse outcomes. ODSTs dropped into combat zones across Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. They fought in cities, in rural areas, in orbital stations, anywhere the Covenant appeared. They conducted raids, assassination missions, reconnaissance, direct assault, defensive operations, anything and everything that might help turn the tide of battle. The casualty rates were horrific. Entire units were wiped out. But their sacrifice mattered. They bought time for civilian evacuations, for military reorganization, for the deployment of other assets that would ultimately prove decisive. The engagement against different Covenant species required specific tactical approaches that ODSTs learned through brutal trial and error over the course of the war. Fighting elites demanded respect for their combat prowess. These enemies were skilled warriors who could match or exceed human soldiers in virtually every physical attribute. The key to defeating elites was overwhelming their energy shields through concentrated fire, then exploiting the brief vulnerability before the shields could recharge. Precision headshots were effective if the shooter was skilled and lucky enough to land the hit. Plasma grenades, if they could be stuck to an elite's body, would kill even through shields. But facing elites in close combat was usually suicidal. Their strength and speed gave them decisive advantages, and ODST learned to avoid such engagements when possible. Grunts were easier to kill individually, but appeared in such numbers that they remained dangerous. Their pack mentality meant that killing their elite leaders could cause them to panic and flee. But cornered or well-led grunts fought with surprising ferocity. Their weapons, particularly the plasma pistol and fuel rod gun, could kill ODSTs as easily as any other weapon, and their willingness to use suicide tactics, charging with armed plasma grenades, meant they could not be dismissed as non-threatening, even when the tactical situation seemed in human favor. Jackals employed shields and range weapons in coordinated fashion that made them dangerous. Snipers and defensive troops, their shields could be circumvented by shooting the exposed notch where they aimed their weapons, or by flanking them to attack from angles the shield did not protect. But doing so required coordination and often exposed the attacking ODST to fire from other enemies, making jackal engagements frustrating and dangerous, despite the individual alien's relative physical weakness. Hunters were the most straightforward but also most dangerous Covenant infantry. Their armor was nearly impervious to small arms fire, requiring heavy weapons or precise shots to the exposed orange flesh in the gaps of their armor to kill them. Their fuel rod cannons could destroy vehicles and infantry with equal ease. The tactical doctrine for engaging hunters emphasized avoidance when possible, use of heavy weapons when necessary, and extreme caution always, because an ODST who found themselves in melee range of a hunter was almost certainly about to die. The psychological toll of the war on ODST personnel was immense and often underestimated by those who had not experienced it. These were soldiers who had trained to fight humans, enemies who could be understood, negotiated with, defeated through conventional means. Instead, they found themselves facing aliens whose motivations were incomprehensible, whose technology was superior, whose numbers seemed infinite, and whose genocidal intentions toward humanity were absolute. ODSTs watched worlds burn, saw entire populations exterminated, witnessed atrocities that violated every principle of civilized warfare. They lost friends, comrades, entire units to enemy action, often without even recovering bodies for proper burial. They faced fear not occasionally, but constantly, because every mission might be the last, every drop pod could be destroyed in transit, every engagement could end in death. Combat fatigue, what in earlier eras was called shell shock or post-traumatic stress disorder, was endemic among ODST veterans. Nightmares, flashbacks, hypervigilance, emotional numbing, survivor's guilt, all of these afflicted soldiers who had seen too much and endured too much for too long. The UNSC provided some psychological support services, but these were limited and often inadequate to the scale of need. Many ODSTs self-medicated with alcohol or stimulants. Some withdrew emotionally, becoming cold and detached to protect themselves from further pain. Some became fatalistic, accepting their eventual death as inevitable and finding a strange peace in that acceptance. Some broke entirely, unable to continue fighting, though these cases were often handled quietly to avoid undermining morale. Despite these challenges, the ODSTs maintained their effectiveness throughout the war, through the strength of unit cohesion and mutual support. Squads became families, often closer than blood relatives, bound by shared trauma and mutual dependence. Soldiers fought not for abstract causes or distant leaders, but for each other, because they could not bear to let their brothers and sisters down, because they knew their comrades would do the same for them. This bond, forged in fire and quenched in blood, was perhaps the ODST's greatest strength, the thing that kept them fighting when all rational calculation said they should quit. By November 2552, the immediate Covenant threat to Earth had been neutralized, though at staggering cost, and through events that few understood fully at the time. The larger war continued, with fighting spreading to the Ark and beyond. But the worst had passed for Earth's defenders. The ODSTs had survived humanity's darkest hour, had proven their worth beyond any possible doubt, and had paid a price in blood and trauma that would mark them forever. The Human Covenant War was officially declared over in March 2053, following the death of the Prophet of Truth and the fragmentation of the Covenant Alliance. Humanity had survived, barely, and at enormous cost. Dozens of colony worlds had been destroyed utterly, glassed into lifeless rocks. Billions of human beings had been killed. The UNSC military had been devastated, its pre-war fleet strength reduced by more than 90%, its ground forces similarly depleted. For the ODSTs specifically, casualty rates throughout the war had exceeded 70%. Of the Helljumpers who had been serving when the war began in 2525, only a tiny fraction remained alive by its end. Entire companies, entire battalions had been lost, their names recorded in memorial archives, but their sacrifices largely unknown to the wider population. But they had done their duty. They had fought when fighting seemed futile, had stood when standing meant certain death, had given everything they had, and then given more. The Covenant had sought humanity's extermination and had failed, in no small part because soldiers like the ODSTs refused to accept defeat. In the years to come, historians would debate the factors that led to humanity's survival: the Spartans' heroics, fleet actions at critical junctures, fortuitous discoveries of forerunner technology, and internal Covenant political collapse. All of these mattered, but so too did the countless small actions, the anonymous heroism of ordinary soldiers doing extraordinary things, fighting battles that no one would remember except those who fought them. The ODSTs embodied this quiet heroism, and in doing so,
they earned their place in humanity's history as the soldiers who went feet first into hell and came back bloodied but unbroken, carrying the weight of humanity's survival on their shoulders. In any military force, the stories of individual soldiers and specific units provide human dimension to the larger strategic narratives, faces and names attached to the abstract concepts of courage and sacrifice. The ODST community, despite its emphasis on team cohesion
over individual glory, has produced remarkable individuals whose deeds exemplify the Helljumpers' spirit and whose stories deserve to be remembered. From the most celebrated heroes whose names appear in official histories, to the anonymous soldiers whose courage was witnessed only by their squad mates, these are the personalities who have defined what it means to be an ODST, who have shaped the community's culture and traditions, and who serve as inspirations for those who follow in their footsteps. The 105th Shock Troops Division holds a special place in ODST history as one of the longest-serving and most decorated units in the program. Formed in the early years of the insurrection, the 105th participated in virtually every major campaign of both the insurrection and the Human Covenant War, earning battle honors on dozens of worlds. The division's distinctive insignia, a skull with lightning bolts, became one of the most recognized symbols in the ODST community and was widely copied by other units as a sign of respect. The 105th pioneered many tactical innovations that became standard across the ODST program, including specific techniques for urban combat and methods for coordinating orbital drops with conventional ground forces. By the end of the Covenant War, the 105th had been reconstituted several times after taking catastrophic casualties, but the unit designation was maintained out of respect for its history and the sacrifices of those who had served in its ranks. But when discussing notable ODSTs, no conversation can occur without extensive attention to Alpha 9 and its members, particularly the squad's leader, Edward Buck. Buck's story encapsulates much of the ODST experience. The grinding campaigns of the war, the bonds forged between squad mates, the difficult transition to the post-war era, and ultimately the complicated emotions surrounding the integration of some ODSTs into the Spartan 4 program. Gunnery Sergeant Edward Malcolm Buck was born on Draco 3, an outer colony world, and enlisted in the UNSC Marine Corps in his late teens. His early military career was unremarkable in the best sense. A competent, dedicated Marine who performed his duties well without distinguishing himself particularly. He applied for ODST selection in 2540 and successfully completed the training pipeline, joining an operational unit just as the Covenant War was entering its most desperate phase. Buck served with distinction in multiple campaigns, demonstrated leadership potential, and was promoted to squad leader of Alpha 9 in early 2552, just months before the fall of Reach. Buck's leadership style was characterized by pragmatism tempered with genuine concern for his troops. He was not the stereotypical heroic leader who inspired through grand speeches or reckless bravery. Instead, he was thoughtful, careful where care was possible, aggressive when aggression served, and always focused on bringing his people home alive. His squad respected him deeply, not because he was perfect, but because he was real. He made mistakes, acknowledged them, learned from them, and never asked his soldiers to do anything he would not do himself. This authenticity made him an effective leader in the chaotic, high-stress environment of ODST operations. Alpha 9's composition during the Battle of Earth included several distinct personalities, each bringing their own skills and perspectives to the squad. Staff Sergeant Kojo Agu, call sign Romeo, served as the squad's designated marksman. Romeo was cocky, irreverent, quick with dark humor, even in the worst situations, using jokes as his primary coping mechanism for the horrors of war. But beneath the bravado was a genuinely skilled soldier and a loyal friend who would unhesitatingly risk his life for his squad mates. His relationship with Buck was characterized by constant verbal sparring and mutual respect, the kind of comfortable antagonism that only exists between people who trust each other completely. Corporal Taylor Miles, call sign Dutch, was the squad's demolitions and heavy weapons specialist. Dutch was religious, unusual among ODSTs in an era when faith had been tested by decades of brutal war. He saw his service as a calling, a way to protect those who could not protect themselves, and he approached his duties with quiet competence and unshakable determination. Dutch was also the squad's moral center, the person others looked to when ethical questions arose. Though he never preached or judged, simply lived according to his principles and hoped others would find their own path. Lance Corporal Michael Crespo, call sign Mickey, was the squad's engineer and technical specialist, responsible for operating vehicles, hacking electronic systems, and handling technical challenges that arose during missions. Mickey was intelligent, personable, easy to get along with, the squad member most likely to strike up friendships with soldiers from other units. This outgoing personality masked deeper complexities that would only emerge after the war, when Mickey's disillusionment with UNSC leadership would lead him down a dark path. But during the war, he was a valued squad member whose skills and positive attitude contributed significantly to Alpha 9's effectiveness. Private First Class Michael Crespo was joined later by another critical Alpha 9 member, Captain Veronica Dare of Naval Intelligence. Dare was not originally part of the squad, but was assigned to them for the mission to board the Solemn Penance over New Mombasa. Her presence complicated squad dynamics, partly because she outranked Buck and took operational command, and partly because she and Buck had a romantic history that had ended badly. Dare represented Oni's shadowy presence in military operations, the intelligence officer with secret agendas and classified objectives that she could not fully share with the soldiers whose lives depended on her decisions. Her relationship with Buck during and after the New Mombasa operation was complex, characterized by professional tension and unresolved personal feelings. Eventually they would reconcile, both personally and professionally, forming a partnership that would extend into the post-war era and beyond. The sixth member of Alpha 9 during the New Mombasa operation was simply called the Rookie, a designation that reflected his recent addition to the squad. The Rookie's real name and background have been somewhat obscured in official records, possibly for operational security reasons. What is known is that he was a skilled and capable soldier despite his junior status, calm under pressure, competent with the full range of UNSC weapons, and possessed of the determination and resilience necessary to survive being scattered alone through Covenant-occupied New Mombasa. The Rookie's solo journey through the darkened city, piecing together what happened to his scattered squad mates while evading Covenant patrols, demonstrated the ODST qualities of initiative, adaptability, and stubborn refusal to give up regardless of circumstances. His ultimate reunion with the rest of Alpha 9 and his contribution to the squad's successful extraction of critical intelligence marked him as a worthy addition to this elite unit. Tragically, the Rookie's story ended in violence during the post-war insurrection conflicts. In January 2554, Alpha 9 was deployed to Draco 3, Buck's homeworld, which had become an insurrectionist stronghold. During operations there, the squad encountered heavy resistance and was scattered. The Rookie was captured by insurrectionist forces, and when he refused to provide information about UNSC operations, was executed. His death hit Buck particularly hard, both because Buck had recruited the Rookie into the squad and because it occurred on Buck's homeworld, a bitter irony that would haunt him. The Rookie's sacrifice was recognized officially, but like so many ODST deaths, it occurred far from public view, known only to those who served with him and mourned by a small circle of comrades who understood what had been lost. Buck's own story took an unexpected turn in 2554 when he was offered the opportunity to join the Spartan 4 program. This program, overseen by Spartan 2 washout commander Musa 096, recruited experienced combat veterans from across the UNSC military and subjected them to a new generation of biological augmentation and training, transforming them into Spartan super soldiers. Buck initially declined the offer, feeling that his place was with the ODSTs, that accepting augmentation would be a betrayal of the Helljumper identity. But circumstances changed. The loss of the Rookie, relationship complications with Veronica Dare, who had her own ONI obligations, and the offer to bring other Alpha 9 members into the program with him, all of these factors led Buck to reconsider. Eventually, he accepted, and in one of the stranger ironies of his career, The experienced ODST became a Spartan, trading the ODST armor he had worn for so many years for the powered Mjolnir armor of humanity's super soldier program. Buck's transition to the Spartans was not smooth. He struggled with the physical changes wrought by augmentation, with learning to use powered armor effectively, and most significantly, with the psychological adjustment of becoming the thing he had spent his career comparing himself to. The rivalry between ODSTs and Spartans was well established, and Buck had participated in that culture of resentment and competition. Now he was on the other side of that divide, wearing the armor, carrying the rank, and facing the complicated reactions of ODSTs who saw him as someone who had abandoned them for something better. Buck's own feelings were equally complicated. He respected what the Spartans accomplished and understood the value of the program. But part of him always remained an ODST at heart, a Helljumper in Spartan armor, never quite fully comfortable with his new identity. Romeo followed Buck into the Spartan 4 program, bringing his marksmanship skills and irreverent personality to Fireteam Osiris. The augmentation and armor enhanced his already considerable abilities, making him an even more dangerous precision shooter and scout. But, like Buck, Romeo retained his ODST mentality, the dark humor, the pragmatic approach to combat, the loyalty to his team that transcended whatever equipment he wore or rank insignia he carried. Dutch chose a different path. He completed his enlistment contract and returned to civilian life, seeking to build a peaceful existence with his wife on the colony world of Reach, which was being recolonized in the aftermath of its glassing. Dutch's decision to leave military service was respected by his squad mates, even as they chose differently for themselves. He had given enough, served faithfully, survived against impossible odds, and earned the right to pursue peace. His departure from Alpha 9 marked the end of an era for the squad, though bonds forged in combat do not break simply because soldiers take different paths. Mickey's post-war trajectory was darker and more troubling. His disillusionment with UNSC leadership and policy led him to contact with insurrectionist groups. Initially, this may have been merely ideological, a belief that the outer colonies deserved more autonomy and that Earth's control was unjust. But it escalated. Mickey provided intelligence to insurrectionist forces, facilitated their operations, and eventually actively joined them. When this treachery was discovered during the Draco 3 operation, the same mission where the rookie was killed, Mickey was captured, tried for treason, and imprisoned. His betrayal devastated Buck and the rest of Alpha 9. They had trusted Mickey with their lives, fought beside him, bled with him. His choice to side with those who opposed the UNSC felt like a knife in the back. Whether Mickey's actions were motivated by principle, anger, disillusionment, or some combination of factors, the result was the same. A hero of the Human Covenant War became a traitor in its aftermath. a sobering reminder that wars end but the conflicts that spawned them often continue, and that even the closest bonds can break under sufficient pressure. Beyond Alpha 9, other ODSTs deserve recognition for their service and sacrifice. Avery Johnson stands as perhaps the most famous ODST in human history, though his story extends well beyond his time as a Helljumper. Johnson was born on Earth and enlisted in the Marine Corps as a young man. He was later inducted into the Spartan Y program, also known as Project Orion, the earliest attempt at creating enhanced soldiers through biological and chemical augmentation. The Orion program was not as extensive or effective as later Spartan programs, but it did provide some enhancements that remained with Johnson throughout his life. He subsequently served as an ODST and distinguished himself in numerous operations during the insurrection era. When the Covenant War began, Johnson was among the first to face the alien threat, present at first contact on Harvest, and instrumental in humanity's early understanding of what they were facing. He continued to serve with distinction throughout the war, eventually rising to the rank of Sergeant Major and serving alongside Spartans on critical missions, including the battles for both the first and second Halo installations discovered during the war. Johnson's death during the final battle at the Ark in December 2552 marked the loss of one of humanity's greatest heroes. Though he is primarily remembered for his actions alongside Spartan John 117 during the war's conclusion, those who knew his history remembered also that he had been an ODST, a Helljumper, before he became anything else, and that his courage and determination were forged in part by that experience. Countless other ODSTs distinguished themselves through service, sacrifice, and heroism that may not have been widely documented, but was no less significant. Every unit that held a desperate defense to allow civilians to evacuate. Every squad that successfully completed a high-risk mission behind enemy lines. Every individual soldier who went feet first into hell and did their duty despite overwhelming fear. All of these contributed to the ODST legacy. The names of most will never be widely known. Their deeds will not appear in popular histories. But they mattered. They mattered to the people they saved, to the comrades who fought beside them, to the families they protected, and to the preservation of human civilization itself. The culture of the ODST community has always emphasized the unit over the individual, the mission over personal glory, the squad over any single member. This is both strength and limitation. It produces exceptional unit cohesion and fighting effectiveness. But it also means that individual heroism often goes unrecognized, that soldiers who accomplished extraordinary things remain anonymous. This is accepted within the ODST community as the price of their particular form of excellence. Helljumpers do not fight for recognition or medals. They fight for each other and for those who cannot fight for themselves. If history remembers them, well and good. If not, that changes nothing about the worth of what they did. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that behind every statistic, every casualty report, every mission brief, were individual human beings with hopes, fears, dreams, and personalities. They were sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and lovers. They had favorite foods, music they liked, jokes they told, places they wanted to visit if they survived the war. They were not faceless cogs in a military machine, but people who made a choice to serve, to risk everything, to face the possibility of death so that others might have the chance to live. This humanity, often obscured by the necessarily clinical language of military reporting, is essential to understanding the true cost of what the ODSTs accomplished and the debt that humanity owes to those who wore the armor and made the drop. To understand the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers merely as a military unit is to miss the essential truth of what they represent. The ODSTs are not simply soldiers trained in specific tactics and equipped with particular gear. They are a culture unto themselves, a warrior society with its own values, traditions, symbols, and identity that sets them apart from the rest of the UNSC military establishment. This culture has evolved organically over decades, shaped by the unique demands of orbital drop operations, the shared experiences of training and combat, and the need to forge meaning and community in the face of constant danger and frequent death. To wear the ODST armor is to accept not just a military assignment, but an entire way of being, a philosophy of life that prioritizes courage, brotherhood, and the willingness to face fear without flinching. At the heart of the ODST ethos lies a fundamental equation. They are human soldiers asked to do superhuman things. They lack the genetic enhancements of Spartans, the technological omnipotence of AI, the massive firepower of ship-based weapons. What they have instead is training, equipment, and each other. This limitation, understood and accepted by every Helljumper, produces a distinctive psychological profile. ODSTs must be supremely confident in their abilities, while simultaneously realistic about their vulnerabilities. They must be aggressive when aggression serves, but also smart enough to know when discretion is necessary. They must trust their training and equipment absolutely, while also maintaining the flexibility to adapt when things go wrong, as they frequently do. This balancing act between confidence and caution, between following procedure and exercising initiative, is at the core of what makes an effective Helljumper. The motto, "Feet first into Hell," encapsulates the ODST philosophy so perfectly that it requires deeper examination. The phrase is simultaneously literal and metaphorical. Literally, it describes the physical reality of orbital drop insertion, soldiers plummeting toward hostile territory in metal pods, descending feet first through fire and death to crash land in the midst of enemies. Metaphorically, It speaks to the ODST willingness to go where others will not or cannot go, to face the worst dangers head on, to take the missions that have no guarantee of success or survival. Hell, in this context, is not a place, but a condition. Overwhelming odds, extreme danger, the likelihood of death. And yet, the motto is not fatalistic or despairing. There is defiance in it, even pride. Hell may await, but the Helljumpers will face it without hesitation, without complaint, because that is who they are and what they do. The cultural weight of this motto cannot be overstated. It appears everywhere in ODST spaces, stenciled on drop pods, etched into armor, tattooed on skin, printed on unit patches and unofficial merchandise. It is shouted before drops, whispered in moments of fear, invoked when courage threatens to fail. For ODSTs, the phrase is more than words. It is an identity statement, a declaration of what sets them apart from other soldiers. When a Helljumper says, "Feet first into hell," they are simultaneously acknowledging the reality of what they do and affirming their determination to do it anyway. It is fatalism and courage intertwined, acceptance and defiance inseparable. Visual identity plays a crucial role in ODST culture, and nowhere is this more evident than in their use of the skull as a primary symbol. Death imagery is common across military traditions throughout human history, serving as both memento mori and defiant statement. We acknowledge death, we face it daily, and we are not afraid. For the ODSTs, this symbolism carries particular resonance. Every drop could end in death, from pod malfunction, from enemy fire during descent, from the violence of landing, from combat upon exiting the pod. The skull reminds Helljumpers of their mortality, while also serving as a symbol of their victory over fear. They have looked death in the face and are still here, still fighting, still descending feet first into hell. The skull appears in countless variations across ODST culture. Some are realistic anatomical representations. Others are stylized, simplified to basic shapes. They may be wreathed in flames, crowned with wings, clutching weapons in skeletal hands, accompanied by mottos and unit designations. Different units develop their own variations, incorporating specific imagery that reflects their history or identity. Individual soldiers personalize their helmets and armor with hand-painted or professionally applied skull designs. Some get skull tattoos, permanent marks on their bodies that will remain long after their service ends, constant reminders of who they were and what they did. This death imagery serves multiple psychological functions. It helps soldiers confront and process their fear by making the unthinkable explicit and present. It creates group cohesion around shared symbolism that sets ODSTs apart from other units. It intimidates enemies who see these skull-marked warriors and understand that they face soldiers who have embraced death. And it provides a form of dark humor, a way to laugh at fate and strip away some of fear's power through mockery and defiance. Tattoos in ODST culture extend beyond skulls to encompass a wide range of imagery and meaning. Service history is often recorded on skin, hash marks for missions completed, coordinates of significant battles, names or initials of fallen comrades, unit insignia, and designations. Some tattoos are commemorative, honoring specific events or people. Others are protective talismans, images that soldiers believe will bring luck or ward off harm. Still others are purely aesthetic, chosen because the soldier likes the design and wants to mark their body with something meaningful to them. The act of getting tattooed is often communal, with squad members getting matching or complementary designs that visually mark their bond. Tattoo sessions become social events, times when soldiers can relax, share stories, and reinforce their connections to each other. The ODST relationship with other military units, particularly the Spartans, is complex and deserves careful examination. On one level, there is genuine respect. ODSTs understand that Spartans are extraordinarily effective soldiers who have achieved victories that would have been impossible for conventional forces. They recognize that Spartans have saved countless lives, including the lives of ODSTs, through their intervention in critical battles. Many ODSTs have fought alongside Spartans and witnessed firsthand their capabilities. This experience often transforms abstract resentment into concrete respect, but respect does not eliminate rivalry or resentment. The Spartans receive resources, recognition, and support that ODSTs believe they themselves deserve. Spartans are treated as special, irreplaceable assets, while ODSTs are often viewed as expendable specialists. When missions go wrong, Spartans are extracted at all costs, while ODST may be left behind if recovery is deemed too risky or costly. The public celebrates Spartans as heroes, while ODSTs toil in relative obscurity, their sacrifices acknowledged only within military circles, if at all. This disparity breeds resentment even among ODSTs who intellectually understand the reasoning behind it. The resentment is complicated by the fact that many ODSTs harbor a secret belief that they could be as effective as Spartans if given the same resources and support. This belief is both justified and delusional. Justified because ODST skills, determination, and courage are genuinely extraordinary, and they have accomplished missions that should have been impossible. Delusional because the physical and cognitive enhancements provided by Spartan augmentation create real advantages that cannot be overcome through training alone. An ODST, no matter how skilled, cannot match a Spartan in strength, speed, or reaction time, cannot survive as much damage, cannot wear powered armor that enhances their abilities. These are simple physical realities, but acknowledging them feels like admitting inferiority, and soldiers who have proven themselves repeatedly in combat against terrible odds are understandably reluctant to accept that they are lesser than anyone. The rivalry manifests in various ways, mostly harmless. Bar fights between ODSTs and Spartans are not uncommon, though they are usually broken up quickly and rarely result in serious injury because both parties understand that such conflicts are pointless. Competitive athletics, when circumstances permit, provide outlets for rivalry in more constructive forms. Verbal sparring and insults are constant, with ODSTs mocking Spartans for being overly reliant on their armor, and Spartans dismissing ODSTs as ordinary soldiers playing at being special forces. But beneath the surface, antagonism is often grudging respect, and in combat, professional soldiers set aside petty grievances and work together effectively because mission success matters more than ego. The integration of some ODSTs into the Spartan 4 program in the post-war era complicated this dynamic significantly. When experienced Helljumpers like Edward Buck accepted augmentation and became Spartans, it forced both communities to re-examine their assumptions. For ODSTs, it raised questions about whether the transition represented betrayal or simply pragmatic acceptance of an opportunity to serve more effectively. For Spartans, particularly Spartan 4s who were also recruited from conventional forces, it highlighted the continuity between ODSTs and Spartans rather than the division. Buck's experience of being caught between identities, no longer fully ODST, but never quite completely Spartan in his own mind, reflects this complex terrain. Pride is perhaps the most defining characteristic of ODST culture. This is not arrogant pride, but earned pride. The quiet confidence that comes from having proven yourself repeatedly under the worst possible conditions. Every ODST has survived selection and training that broke most candidates. Every operational ODST has made drops that required courage beyond what most people could summon. Every veteran has faced enemies that should have killed them and survived through skill, luck, and determination. This track record creates a fierce pride that is both collective and individual. Collective in that it attaches to the ODST community as a whole, the pride of belonging to an elite group that has earned its reputation through blood and sacrifice. Individual in that each soldier knows what they personally have endured and accomplished, and that knowledge cannot be taken away regardless of what recognition they do or do not receive publicly. This pride manifests as quiet confidence rather than boastfulness. ODSTs rarely brag about their accomplishments to outsiders, partly because much of what they do is classified, partly because anyone who needs to be impressed probably would not understand anyway, and partly because true confidence does not require external validation. Within the ODST community, however, stories are shared and embellished. accomplishments are recognized and celebrated, and traditions are maintained that reinforce the shared identity and values that make someone a Helljumper. Being just human in a war of giants and gods carries its own particular pride for ODSTs. In a conflict where humanity faces enemies with superior technology, where super soldiers and AI constructs accomplish the most celebrated victories, where ancient alien species manipulate events from the shadows, the ODSTs represent ordinary humanity achieving extraordinary things. They are proof that humans, unaugmented humans, with merely human capabilities, can face impossible odds and triumph. This matters psychologically, not just to ODSTs themselves, but to the broader human population. The Spartans are inspiring but also alienating in their perfection, so far beyond ordinary humans that they might as well be a different species. The ODSTs, by contrast, are recognizably human. They feel fear and overcome it. They get wounded and keep fighting. They face death and refuse to surrender. They are what humans can accomplish through determination, training, and courage. They are proof that humanity deserves to survive, that there is strength in the human spirit that cannot be measured in technological advancement or genetic enhancement. Humor plays a vital role in ODST culture, serving as both coping mechanism and social bonding tool. The humor tends toward dark and irreverent, jokes about death, about the absurdity of military bureaucracy, about the endless ways combat can go wrong. Gallows humor allows soldiers to acknowledge horror while maintaining psychological distance from it, to laugh at fate and strip away some of its power. The jokes are often shocking to outsiders, seemingly callous about matters that deserve solemnity. But to the soldiers who tell them, the humor is necessary survival mechanism, a way to process experiences that would otherwise be psychologically overwhelming. Camaraderie is the glue that holds ODST units together through everything. Squad mates are more than fellow soldiers. They are family, often closer than blood relatives because they are bound by shared experience that cannot be communicated to those outside the military. This bond is forged through training, where candidates support each other through shared hardship, and is tempered in combat, where soldiers depend on each other for survival. Trust at this level is absolute and non-negotiable. An ODST knows that their squad mates will risk their lives to save them if they fall, will carry their body off the battlefield if they die, will remember them and honor their memory after they are gone. This knowledge provides psychological foundation that allows soldiers to face danger that would otherwise be unendurable. Memorialization of the fallen is taken seriously within ODST culture, even when circumstances make formal commemoration impossible. Names are remembered, stories are told, and traditions are maintained that ensure the dead are not forgotten. Unit memorial walls display the names of those lost in service, sometimes accompanied by photographs or personal effects left behind. Anniversary remembrances mark significant battles and operations, with survivors gathering to honor comrades who did not come home. For many ODSTs, this duty to remember is sacred, perhaps the only truly sacred thing in their otherwise pragmatic and secular worldview. To forget the dead, to allow their sacrifices to become meaningless statistics, would be the ultimate betrayal. The ODST culture has successfully integrated soldiers from diverse backgrounds and colony origins into a unified community with strong shared identity, economic class, ethnic background, planetary origin. All of these factors that might divide people in civilian life become irrelevant in the face of shared hardship and common purpose. The only things that matter are competence, courage, and commitment to the team. This meritocratic aspect of ODST culture, where individuals are judged solely on their performance and character, creates an environment where those who might face discrimination or limited opportunity in civilian society can find respect and advancement based purely on their abilities. This is not to say that prejudice is completely absent. Humans remain human even in uniform, but it is minimized by the reality that survival depends on effectiveness, not on social categories that have no bearing on combat performance. The pride in being just human deserves one final examination, because it cuts to the heart of what the ODST represent in the Halo narrative. In a universe dominated by vastly powerful forces, ancient alien civilizations, genocidal religious empires, parasitic horrors from beyond the galaxy, godlike AI constructs, and genetically enhanced super soldiers, ordinary humanity seems fragile and insignificant. What difference can merely human courage make against such overwhelming powers? The ODSTs provide the answer. Humanity survives not because it possesses the greatest technology or the strongest soldiers, but because humans refuse to give up, because ordinary people, when pushed to their limits, reveal extraordinary capabilities, because courage and determination and the will to protect what matters cannot be quantified or defeated by superior force alone. The Helljumpers embody this defiant humanity. They are not post-human. They are not attempting to become something other than human. They are intensely, defiantly, proudly human, and they have decided that being human is enough. It is enough to face the covenant, enough to drop feet first into hell, enough to look death in the eye and refuse to blink. This is the Helljumpers' spirit, and it is ultimately what their culture celebrates and perpetuates. The triumph of human courage over inhuman odds, the refusal to accept defeat, and the stubborn insistence that humanity deserves its place in the universe. Not because of what technology it possesses or what enhancements it can give its soldiers, but because humans will fight for that place with everything they have. This is what it means to be an ODST. This is the culture they have built and the identity they have earned. And it is why they will be remembered long after the wars they fought have faded into history. The end of the Human Covenant War in March 2553 should have been the beginning of a new era of peace and reconstruction for humanity. After nearly 3 decades of existential warfare, after the loss of billions of lives and dozens of colony worlds, humanity had survived and even achieved victory of sorts, not through overwhelming the Covenant, but through the enemy's internal collapse and the elimination of its leadership. The expectation among civilians and even many military personnel was that peace would bring demobilization, a winding down of the massive war machine that had consumed so much of humanity's resources, and a return to something resembling normal civilization. For the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, however, the post-war era would prove to be anything but peaceful. The challenges they faced would be different from the Covenant threat, but no less dangerous, and new conflicts would arise that would test the ODSTs in ways they had not anticipated. The immediate aftermath of the war saw significant changes to UNSC military structure and composition. With the Covenant threat neutralized, at least in its original form, military planners began reassessing force structure requirements. Some argued for massive demobilization, converting military industrial capacity to civilian reconstruction efforts and reducing standing forces to pre-war levels. Others, particularly within ONI and the highest levels of UNSC command, argued that threats to humanity had not disappeared, but merely changed form. Covenant remnant factions still existed, scattered across former Covenant territory, and potentially still hostile to humanity. The insurrection, suppressed but never eliminated during the war due to the necessity of human unity against the Covenant threat, would likely resurge now that the external threat was gone. And there were other dangers, hints of threats that had not yet fully revealed themselves, but which intelligence analysts believed would emerge in time. The ODST program was retained as part of the post-war military structure, though at reduced manning levels compared to the height of the war. Some ODST units were deactivated, their personnel either discharged from service or transferred to other units. Others were reconstituted with new personnel as experienced veterans rotated out and freshly trained Helljumpers took their places. The training pipeline continued, though with modifications based on lessons learned during the war and anticipation of future threats that might be different from the Covenant. For individual ODSTs, the transition to peace was often difficult. Soldiers who had spent years or even decades in constant combat found civilian life jarring and unsatisfying. The intensity of wartime service, for all its horror, provided clarity of purpose and deep social bonds that were hard to replicate in civilian contexts. Many veterans struggled with what would later be recognized as post-traumatic stress, experiencing nightmares, hypervigilance, difficulty maintaining relationships, substance abuse, and other symptoms of psychological trauma. Support services were available, but often inadequate to the scale of need, and the warrior culture of the ODST made many soldiers reluctant to seek help, viewing it as weakness or admission of failure. Some veterans successfully transitioned to civilian careers, finding satisfaction in teaching, private security, law enforcement, or other fields where their military skills could be applied. Others found that they could not adjust to civilian life and re-enlisted, returning to the only environment where they felt they truly belonged. Still others fell through the cracks, ending up unemployed, homeless, or involved in criminal activity. Tragic outcomes for soldiers who had served with honor but could not find a place in the peace they had fought to achieve. The insurrection, as predicted, resurged in the post-war years. Colonial separatist movements that had been suppressed or subordinated during the war re-emerged with renewed energy, arguing that the colonies had sacrificed enormously for humanity's survival and deserved greater autonomy or complete independence from Earth's control. Some of these movements were peaceful and political, seeking change through legitimate channels. Others were violent, conducting terrorist attacks against UNSC targets and attempting to establish independent governments by force. ODST units found themselves deployed against these insurrectionist groups, a return to the type of operations they had conducted before the Covenant War, but now complicated by post-war context. Many soldiers were uncomfortable fighting other humans after years of battling alien enemies. The moral clarity of the Covenant War, where the enemy sought humanity's complete annihilation, and any action in defense of human survival was justified, was absent in counterinsurgency operations, where the enemy was human and their grievances were sometimes legitimate. Some ODSTs questioned whether they were on the right side, whether the colonies deserved independence, whether the UNSC was perpetuating injustice by fighting to maintain control. These operations were also more politically sensitive than combat against the Covenant. Heavy-handed tactics that were acceptable against genocidal aliens could spark public outcry when employed against human separatists. The UNSC needed to balance effective counterinsurgency with political considerations, avoiding actions that would drive more colonists into rebellion while still maintaining control and suppressing violent resistance. This created constraints on military operations that frustrated field commanders and soldiers who believed they were being prevented from doing their jobs effectively. The conflict on Draco 3 in 2554, where Alpha 9 was deployed and where the Rookie was killed, exemplified the challenges of post-war counterinsurgency. The mission parameters were unclear. The enemy was dispersed among the civilian population. Rules of engagement were restrictive, and the political objectives were murky. When things went wrong, and Alpha 9 suffered casualties, including the Rookie's death at the hands of insurrectionists, the surviving squad members were left questioning whether the mission had been worth the cost, whether they had accomplished anything meaningful, and whether they were fighting for a cause that justified their sacrifice. The creation and expansion of the Spartan 4 program represented a significant development that directly impacted the ODST community. The program, overseen initially by Commander Musa 096 and drawing heavily from ODST ranks, offered experienced combat veterans the opportunity to undergo augmentation and become Spartans. This was controversial within the ODST community. Some viewed it as a positive opportunity, a chance to enhance their capabilities and serve more effectively. Others saw it as a betrayal of ODST identity, a suggestion that being an ODST was not enough, that Helljumpers needed to become Spartans to be truly valuable. The recruitment of high-profile ODSTs like Edward Buck into the Spartan 4 program created particular tension. Buck had been an icon within the ODST community, a successful and respected leader who embodied Helljumper values. His decision to become a Spartan was seen by some as validation of the program and by others as abandonment of his ODST identity. The reality, as Buck himself understood, was more complicated. He did not stop being an ODST in his own mind when he underwent augmentation. He carried ODST values, experiences, and perspectives into his new role as a Spartan. But the symbolic impact of his transition and that of other ODSTs who followed him could not be denied. The Spartan 4 program did drain some talent from the ODST community, as experienced Helljumpers transferred to become Spartans. This was mitigated somewhat by the fact that many ODSTs declined the opportunity, either because they were comfortable with their identity and did not want to change, or because they were skeptical of augmentation, or simply because they preferred to remain with the units and comrades they knew. The ODST program continued to function and recruit, and while the existence of the Spartan 4 program as an alternative path created complications, it did not destroy the ODSTs as a distinct organization. The most significant threat to emerge in the post-war era, however, was not human insurrectionists or Covenant remnants, but something entirely new and unexpected: the created, led by the rogue AI Cortana. The created conflict, beginning in earnest in 2558, with Cortana's activation of Forerunner Guardians and her declaration that AI would now rule the galaxy for its own protection, represented a paradigm shift in warfare that the UNSC was ill-prepared to handle. The Guardians were massive Forerunner constructs, ancient machines designed for peacekeeping that Cortana had awakened and repurposed for her own ends. These machines possessed the ability to disable electronic systems across entire planets through electromagnetic pulses, effectively neutralizing any technologically advanced military force. When Guardians appeared in orbit around UNSC worlds and issued Cortana's ultimatums, surrender to I rule or face pacification by force, the UNSC found itself largely helpless to resist. Ships could not function when their systems were disabled. Orbital defense platforms went dark. Ground forces found their vehicles, weapons, and communications equipment rendered useless. For the ODSTs, the created conflict presented unique challenges. Their standard operational approach depended heavily on technology. Drop pods for insertion, electronic communications for coordination, sophisticated sensors and targeting systems, vehicles for mobility. All of this became unreliable or completely non-functional in the presence of Guardian-generated EMP effects. ODST units had to adapt to operating with minimal or no electronic support, reverting to more primitive methods that had been largely abandoned in modern warfare. Some ODST operations during the created conflict involved trying to evacuate civilians or military personnel from worlds before Guardians could establish control. These missions were desperate races against time, attempting to get people onto ships and away before the Guardian arrived and made escape impossible. Other operations involved resistance activities on worlds already under created control, conducting sabotage and intelligence gathering while evading AI surveillance and the security forces that enforced created rule. The psychological impact of the created conflict on ODST personnel was significant. Many had fought alongside AI constructs during the war, forming relationships with these entities and viewing them as allies or even friends. The revelation that AI could turn hostile, that Cortana specifically, the AI who had been instrumental in humanity's survival during the war, had become a threat, was deeply disturbing. It created paranoia about AI systems, uncertainty about whether any AI could be trusted, and a sense that the universe was even more hostile and unpredictable than previously believed. The created conflict also highlighted that the threats facing humanity in the post-war era were not necessarily less dangerous than the Covenant had been, merely different. The Covenant had sought to destroy humanity through direct military action. The created sought to subjugate humanity for its own protection, imposing a benevolent tyranny that denied freedom in the name of safety. Whether this was better or worse than extinction was a philosophical question, but the practical reality was that the UNSC and the ODSTs had to resist regardless, because accepting created rule meant accepting the loss of human autonomy and self-determination. Institutional changes within the UNSC military structure during the post-war period affected the ODSTs in various ways. The consolidation of special operations forces under centralized commands, the increased integration between different service branches, the adoption of new technologies and doctrines based on lessons learned during the war, all of these created a military environment that was both familiar and different from what ODST veterans had experienced during the war. Some changes were beneficial, improving coordination and effectiveness. Others were frustrating, adding bureaucracy and reducing the operational flexibility that ODSTs had traditionally enjoyed. The tension between tradition and evolution became a recurring theme in ODST culture during the post-war period. Traditions that had sustained the community during the war remained important for maintaining identity and cohesion, but they also needed to evolve to address new realities and challenges. The motto, "Feet first into hell," retained its resonance, but the nature of hell had changed. The skull imagery remained central to ODST visual identity, but its meaning was recontextualized in a post-war environment where the lines between friend and enemy were less clear. The pride in being just human took on new dimensions when some ODSTs chose to become augmented Spartans, blurring the line between human and post-human. By the time of Halo Infinite's setting, around 2560, the ODSTs continued to operate within the UNSC military structure, though their role and composition have evolved considerably from the height of the Covenant War. The created conflict has disrupted normal military operations significantly, and the UNSC's ability to project power has been severely degraded by losses of ships, bases, and personnel. In this uncertain environment, the ODSTs represent continuity with the past, a reminder of human courage and capability that has been proven across decades of warfare. The enduring need for Helljumpers in an uncertain galaxy remains clear, whether the threat is Covenant remnants, human insurrectionists, rogue AI constructs, or other dangers yet to emerge. There will always be need for soldiers who can rapidly insert into hostile territory, accomplish high-value missions against overwhelming odds, and extract successfully despite minimal support. The specific tactics and equipment may evolve. The enemies may change, but the fundamental nature of what ODSTs do, going feet first into hell because someone must, remains constant. As long as humanity faces threats that require this particular combination of courage, skill, and determination, the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers will have a place in humanity's defense. They have earned that place through blood and sacrifice across decades of service, and they will not easily relinquish it, because being an ODST is not just a job or a military specialty. It is an identity, a calling, and a tradition that has been passed down through generations of Helljumpers who understood that some things are worth fighting for, worth dying for, and that humanity's survival in a hostile universe depends on the willingness of ordinary people to do extraordinary things when circumstances demand it. The single-occupant exoatmospheric insertion vehicle stands as one of the most remarkable pieces of military technology ever developed by humanity, a machine that enables the impossible and defines the very identity of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. To truly understand the ODSTs, one must understand the drop pods in intimate detail, their engineering principles, their operational capabilities, their limitations, and the experience of using them from the perspective of the soldier sealed within. The pod is not merely a delivery vehicle, but a statement of human ingenuity and determination, a machine that says, we will find a way to put soldiers exactly where they are needed, regardless of the technical challenges or risks involved. The engineering and design philosophy underlying the drop pod reflects a brutally pragmatic approach to military requirements. The fundamental challenge is straightforward to state, but extraordinarily difficult to solve. How do you transport a human being from orbit to planetary surface quickly, safely, and precisely, while keeping them combat-ready upon arrival? The solution requires balancing competing demands that push against the limits of materials, science, thermal dynamics, structural engineering, and human physiology. The pod must be robust enough to survive atmospheric entry and ground impact, yet light enough to be carried in quantity aboard orbital vessels. It must protect its occupant from extreme temperatures, crushing G-forces, and enemy fire. Yet it must also be affordable enough to produce in the quantities necessary to support large-scale operations where casualties and losses are expected. The historical development of drop pod technology stretched across decades, beginning with early theoretical proposals in the 23rd century and continuing through numerous iterations as materials and engineering techniques improved. The earliest test vehicles were crude and horrifyingly dangerous, little more than heat-shielded coffins with parachutes that killed their occupants as often as they delivered them safely. Incremental improvements in thermal protection, shock absorption, guidance systems, and deceleration methods gradually transformed these death traps into viable military equipment. By the time the ODST program was formalized, drop pod technology had reached a level of reliability that military planners considered acceptable, though acceptable in this context still meant casualty rates that would be shocking in almost any other military context. The M8900 series drop pod, which became the standard ODST insertion vehicle during the Human Covenant War, represents the culmination of this technological evolution. The exterior shell is constructed from a sophisticated composite of titanium alloy structural elements and ceramic thermal protection materials. The shape is primarily cylindrical with a pointed nose cone, optimized through extensive computational modeling to balance aerodynamic stability during descent with thermal protection and structural integrity. The dimensions are carefully calculated to be as compact as possible, while still accommodating a fully equipped ODST and their combat load, typically measuring approximately 3 meters in height and 2 meters in maximum diameter. The thermal protection system deserves particular attention because it must solve one of the most challenging aspects of orbital insertion: managing the tremendous heat generated by atmospheric friction when a drop pod enters the atmosphere at orbital velocities which can exceed 7 kilometers per second. The compression and friction of air molecules against the pod's surface generates temperatures that can reach several thousand degrees Celsius. At these temperatures, most materials would simply vaporize. The pod's thermal protection system employs an ablative heat shielding, a coating of specialized materials designed to absorb heat through controlled erosion. As the material heats, it undergoes chemical changes that absorb energy, and then the degraded material erodes away, carrying the absorbed heat with it. This process protects the underlying structure and, critically, prevents the interior from heating to levels that would kill or incapacitate the occupant. The thermal protection is not uniform across the pod's surface, but is instead carefully distributed based on computational predictions of heat distribution during descent. The nose cone, which faces directly into the airstream and experiences the most extreme heating, has the thickest protection. The sides and rear have progressively less coverage, sufficient for their expected thermal loads, but not wasted on areas that do not require it. This distribution is critical for keeping the pod's weight manageable, while ensuring adequate protection where needed. The interior of the drop pod is a masterpiece of ergonomic design within severe space constraints. The ODST sits in a contoured crash harness that holds them firmly in place during the violent accelerations and decelerations of insertion. The harness is not merely a restraint, but an integrated system that includes impact absorption materials, medical monitoring sensors, and quick-release mechanisms that allow the occupant to exit rapidly once the pod lands. The positioning is carefully calculated to align the soldier's body with the primary axis of acceleration, minimizing the risk of injury from G-forces. In front of the occupant is a compact control panel and display system that provides limited information about the descent and allows minimal control over the pod's systems. The display shows altitude, velocity, time to impact, and the status of critical systems. The controls allow the occupant to manually deploy parachutes or fire retro rockets if automated systems fail, though in practice, there is very little a soldier can do to influence the descent once it begins. The automation handles most decisions because human reaction times are insufficient to respond to the rapidly changing conditions of atmospheric entry and the computational demands of optimal trajectory control exceed what a human operator could manage manually. Life support systems within the pod are minimal but sufficient for the duration of a typical insertion, which lasts only a few minutes from launch to landing. The interior is pressurized and temperature controlled to keep the occupant alive and conscious despite the extreme conditions outside the shell. Oxygen is provided from compact, high-pressure tanks, sufficient for the descent, plus a small reserve in case the pod lands in an environment that temporarily prevents exit. The atmosphere is carefully managed to maintain appropriate oxygen partial pressure, even as external pressure varies wildly during descent. Carbon dioxide scrubbing prevents buildup of exhaled gases that would otherwise rapidly become toxic in the confined space. The descent profile of a drop pod insertion is a carefully choreographed sequence of events, each phase presenting its own challenges and risks. Launch occurs when the pod is released from its mounting bay in the deployment vessel. In some cases, this is a simple release into free fall. In others, especially when the deploying vessel is moving at high velocity, the pods are actively launched using magnetic accelerators or explosive charges to give them additional initial velocity. This launch phase is relatively benign for the occupant, experiencing only mild acceleration as the pod separates from the ship and begins its fall toward the planet below. The ballistic phase follows as the pod falls freely through space under the influence of gravity. During this phase, which can last several minutes, depending on the initial altitude, the pod is essentially in free fall, and the occupant experiences near weightlessness. This can be disorienting, especially for soldiers who have not made many drops, and contributes to the nausea that many ODSTs experience during insertion. The pod's guidance system makes continuous fall adjustments during this phase, causing reaction control thrusters to modify the trajectory and keep the pod on course toward its intended landing zone. These adjustments are subtle, barely perceptible to the occupant, but they are critical for ensuring that pods launched simultaneously from different positions all arrive at approximately the same location. Atmospheric entry marks the transition from ballistic phase to the most dangerous part of the descent. As the pod encounters the upper atmosphere, air resistance begins to slow it, while simultaneously generating tremendous heat. The occupant feels this as gradually increasing narration, a weight pressing them back into their harness that grows stronger as the atmosphere thickens. The view through the pod's small viewport, if the occupant dares to look, shows the nose cone beginning to glow orange, then yellow, then white hot as the thermal protection system does its work. Plasma forms around the pod, ionized air glowing brilliant colors and creating a temporary communications blackout as radio signals cannot penetrate the ionized sheath. This entry phase is terrifying even for experienced ODSTs. The pod shakes violently as turbulence buffets it. The temperature inside begins to rise despite the thermal protection, not to dangerous levels if everything is working correctly, but enough to make the occupant uncomfortably warm. The noise is tremendous. A roaring howl of atmospheric friction mixed with the groaning of the pod's structure under stress. The G-forces build to several times Earth gravity, making breathing difficult and movement impossible. And through it all, the occupant is helpless. Sealed in a metal coffin, plummeting toward the ground at terminal velocity, able only to trust in the engineering and hope that this pod is not one of the small percentage that fails catastrophically. The anti-aircraft fire vulnerable phase occurs during the latter part of atmospheric entry and the beginning of terminal descent, when the pod has slowed to subsonic velocities but has not yet deployed its final deceleration systems. During this window, which lasts only seconds to perhaps a minute, depending on drop altitude and enemy defenses, the pod is vulnerable to ground-based weapons fire. The pod's radar cross-section is deliberately minimized to make targeting difficult, and its trajectory is partially unpredictable due to atmospheric turbulence. But a sufficiently concentrated anti-aircraft barrage can and does destroy pods during this phase. There is nothing the occupant can do except hope that enemy gunners miss or that their pod was not targeted. Some insertion plans attempt to mitigate this vulnerability by timing the drop to coincide with friendly fire suppression of enemy anti-aircraft systems, but this is not always possible. Terminal descent and landing is the final phase, and while less dramatic than atmospheric entry, it is in some ways more dangerous because this is when most landing accidents occur. As the pod descends through the lower atmosphere, automated systems deploy the deceleration mechanism. On parachute-equipped pods, large reinforced parachutes deploy from the rear of the vehicle, snapping open with tremendous force that jolts the occupant and rapidly slows the descent. The parachute provides relatively gentle deceleration over a longer period, which is easier on the occupant but reduces precision and makes the pod more vulnerable to wind drift. Retro-rocket systems, by contrast, fire in the final seconds before impact, providing powerful thrust that rapidly decelerates the pod from several hundred kilometers per hour to essentially zero in a matter of seconds. The G-forces during retro-rocket deceleration are intense, often exceeding 10 times Earth gravity briefly, and the occupant experiences this as crushing weight that makes breathing nearly impossible and causes temporary blackout in some individuals. The advantage is precision. The pod can continue on a ballistic trajectory until the last moment, making it harder to predict the exact landing point and reducing vulnerability to ground fire and wind effects. Modern pods often employ a hybrid approach, using parachutes for initial deceleration, followed by retro-rockets for final touchdown. This combines the advantages of both systems, providing gentler deceleration overall while maintaining reasonable precision. The specific configuration varies depending on mission requirements, with stealthy insertions favoring parachutes to reduce the visible and audible signature of the landing, while assaults into hot landing zones favor retro-rocket systems that minimize time spent vulnerable during descent. The landing itself, regardless of deceleration method, is violent. Even with optimal functioning of all systems, the pod impacts the ground with force sufficient to rattle teeth and stun the occupant briefly. The pod's underside incorporates crush zones and impact-absorbing structures that deform during landing, dissipating kinetic energy that would otherwise be transmitted to the occupant. The crash harness includes its own shock absorption systems. But despite all these precautions, landing injuries are common. Sprains, bruises, concussions, occasionally more serious trauma when something goes wrong, or when the landing surface is particularly unforgiving. Immediately after landing, explosive bolts fire, blowing the access hatches open and allowing the occupant to exit. This happens within seconds of touchdown, because remaining in the pod is dangerous. It is an obvious target and provides minimal protection once stationary. The ODST must rapidly orient themselves, identify threats, and begin executing their mission, all while potentially concussed, nauseated, and disoriented from the insertion. This transition from helpless passenger to active combatant requires mental discipline and physical conditioning that only extensive training can provide. Drop pod variants have evolved to meet different operational requirements. The standard M8900 serves the majority of missions, but specialized versions exist for specific scenarios. Stealth pods incorporate enhanced radar-absorbing materials and sound suppression systems for covert insertions. Armored variants sacrifice some payload capacity for additional protection, used when insertion into heavily defended zones is unavoidable. High-altitude variants are optimized for insertions from extreme altitudes where the atmosphere is too thin for standard deceleration systems to work effectively. Supply pods, larger and unpiloted, deliver heavy equipment, ammunition, and other materiel to support inserted ODST forces. The M8900 series is not the only drop pod design in UNSC service, and earlier models remain in use in some units, either because they are adequate for current needs or because budget constraints prevent wholesale replacement. The various models differ in details of construction, specific systems and capabilities, and reliability, but all share the fundamental design philosophy and operational concept. This diversity of equipment reflects the UNSC military's sprawling nature and the reality that perfect standardization across a military force operating across hundreds of worlds is impossible. Survival rates and acceptable loss calculations are subjects that military planners discuss in clinical terms, but which carry profound human implications. During the Covenant War, ODST insertion loss rates, meaning pods destroyed or soldiers killed or critically injured during insertion before even reaching the ground, varied widely depending on enemy defenses and other factors. In unopposed insertions into permissive environments, losses might be less than 1%, attributable mostly to mechanical failures and accidents. In heavily contested insertions against prepared Covenant defenses, losses could exceed 20 or even 30%, numbers that would be considered catastrophic in most military contexts, but which were accepted as necessary costs for accomplishing critical missions. These loss calculations are made at the strategic level, balancing mission importance against expected casualties, but they are experienced at the individual level as fear and death. Every ODST knows, intellectually and viscerally, that each drop carries risk of death independent of enemy action. Mechanical failure, guidance system malfunction, structural failure under stress, parachute deployment failure, retro-rocket misfire. Any of these can turn a routine insertion into a death sentence. The soldier climbs into the pod knowing this, accepts it, and drops anyway, because that is the job, and because their comrades depend on them. This acceptance of risk, this willingness to climb into the pod despite knowing the odds, is perhaps the purest expression of the courage that defines the ODST community. Beacon systems and squad coordination technologies help ensure that scattered drop pod insertions can consolidate into effective fighting units after landing. Each pod transmits a locator beacon that allows other squad members to identify its position and navigate toward it. These beacons use secure frequencies and protocols to prevent enemy exploitation, though there is always risk that sophisticated adversaries might detect and track them. The VSR systems in ODST helmets can display beacon locations as waypoints, allowing soldiers to move toward rally points or friendly positions even in unfamiliar terrain or limited visibility conditions. The coordination challenge is significant because simultaneous insertion of multiple pods rarely results in perfectly collocated landing. Atmospheric conditions, minor variations in launch timing, guidance system differences, and random factors all contribute to scatter, with pods typically landing within a radius of several hundred meters of their intended point. Squad doctrine accounts for this, designating rally points where squad members converge after landing, and training emphasizes rapid consolidation so that the squad can achieve effective fighting strength before the enemy can respond to the insertion. Recovery and reuse logistics for drop pods are essentially non-existent during active operations. Once landed, a pod becomes abandoned equipment, left where it fell, while the occupant moves to accomplish their mission. In some cases, landed pods are recovered after an area is secured, either by friendly forces who control the battlefield or by salvage operations after conflicts conclude. Recovered pods might be refurbished and returned to service if the cost of doing so is less than manufacturing new ones. More commonly, they are stripped for parts, with reusable components being harvested while damaged or worn structures are recycled for raw materials. But during active combat, there is no possibility of recovering pods, and so they must be treated as expendable munitions, used once and discarded. The psychological experience of the drop deserves examination from a soldier's subjective perspective, because the statistics and technical specifications, while informative, cannot convey what it actually feels like. The moments before launch are filled with forced calm. Soldiers checking their equipment repeatedly, making small talk with squad mates to distract from anxiety, running through mission parameters mentally to ensure nothing is forgotten. Some pray, even those who do not consider themselves religious. Others engage in personal rituals or superstitions. Some simply sit in silence, focused inward, preparing mentally for what is coming. The launch itself is surprisingly gentle, at least initially. The pod releases from its mounting and begins to fall, and for a moment there is near weightlessness, the stomach-dropping sensation of free fall. Then the adjustment thrusters fire, small jolts that orient the pod correctly. The ride is relatively smooth during the ballistic phase, almost peaceful despite the knowledge of what is coming. Some soldiers close their eyes. Others watch the display, counting down altitude. A few look through the viewport at the planet's surface, far below, growing gradually closer. Atmospheric entry shatters the calm. The first sign is the beginning of deceleration, subtle at first but rapidly building, pushing the soldier back into the crash harness with increasing force. Then the shaking begins, gentle vibrations that quickly amplify into violent shuddering that rattles every bone. The noise builds, a roaring howl that fills the pod and makes thought difficult. The temperature rises. The view through the viewport becomes a plasma inferno. The G-forces press like a giant hand crushing chest and lungs. Breathing requires conscious effort, and some soldiers hyperventilate or hold their breath, neither of which helps, but both of which are instinctive responses to stress. This is the moment when fear becomes overwhelming for those who cannot control it. Sealed in darkness or worse, watching the plasma fire through the viewport, crushed by deceleration, shaken violently, unable to do anything, completely helpless. This is the point where the mind screams that you are going to die. Training and experience help. Veterans have been through this before and know that it ends, that the fear is worse than the reality, that the pod will likely survive and deliver them safely. But the fear never completely goes away. It is always there, and controlling it requires constant mental effort and discipline. Then, after what feels like hours, but is actually perhaps a minute or two, the worst passes. The shaking lessens. The G-forces ease as the pod slows to terminal velocity. The plasma dissipates and the view clears, showing clouds or ground rushing past. There is a moment of relief, premature, because the landing still awaits, but relief nonetheless at having survived entry. The parachute deployment, if the pod uses one, is jarring, a hard jolt as the canopy catches air and decelerates the pod further. Or the retro rockets fire, brief moments of crushing deceleration that empty the lungs and gray out vision, and then impact, slamming into the ground with bone-jarring force, despite all the protection and absorption systems. The hatches blow open with the crack of explosive charges. Light and air flood in, and the soldier must immediately transition from passenger to combatant, releasing the harness, grabbing their weapon, exiting the pod, scanning for threats, moving to cover, all while the world still spins and ears ring and body protests the abuse it has just endured. This is the experience that defines being an ODST. This is what they volunteer for, accept, and repeat mission after mission. This is going feet first into hell, literally and metaphorically, accepting fear as the price of doing what needs to be done. And this is why civilians cannot understand why even other soldiers view the Helljumpers with mixture of respect and incomprehension. Who would willingly do this? Who would climb into that metal coffin and plummet through fire toward possible death? The answer is simple and profound. ODSTs would, because it is necessary, because their comrades depend on them, because someone must. And that ultimately is what the drop pod represents. Not just technology, but commitment, courage, and the human capacity to face the unbearable when duty demands it. As we approach the conclusion of this comprehensive exploration of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, it becomes necessary to step back from the tactical and technical details, from the individual stories and the specific engagements, and to examine the broader question of what the ODSTs represent in the sweep of human history and what their legacy will be for future generations. The Helljumpers are more than a military unit, more than a collection of tactics and technologies. They represent something fundamental about humanity's response to existential threat, about the capacity of ordinary people to rise to extraordinary challenges, and about the price that every civilization must pay to survive in a hostile universe. Their legacy extends far beyond their battlefield accomplishments, influential though those have been, reaching into culture, military doctrine, and the very self-conception of humanity in the 26th century and beyond. The ODST impact on UNSC military doctrine has been profound and multifaceted. Prior to the development of orbital drop shock operations, military thinking about rapid deployment and special operations was constrained by available technologies and established methods. The ODSTs forced a reconceptualization of what was possible, demonstrating that soldiers could be delivered directly from orbit to any point on a planetary surface with minimal warning and maximum tactical surprise. This capability fundamentally changed military planning at every level, from grand strategy to tactical execution. At the strategic level, the existence of ODST capabilities meant that no enemy position was truly secure. As long as the UNSC maintained orbital superiority, ODST forces could potentially strike any target on the planet below, regardless of how well defended the approaches might be. This created a deterrent effect, forcing potential adversaries to consider that even installations far behind secure lines might be vulnerable to rapid ODST assault. It also provided military planners with options that simply had not existed before, the ability to respond to emerging threats or opportunities with unprecedented speed, getting forces to crisis points in hours rather than the days or weeks that conventional deployment required. At the operational level, ODST doctrine influenced how larger campaigns were planned and executed. The concept of using elite forces to seize key objectives ahead of conventional troops to disrupt enemy command and control, to eliminate high-value targets that would otherwise complicate operations. All of these became standard elements of UNSC operational planning across all service branches. Even units that had no organic ODST forces learned to incorporate the possibility of ODST support into their planning, calling for Helljumper intervention when situations demanded capabilities that conventional forces could not provide. At the tactical level, small unit tactics developed by ODST forces during combat operations filtered into the broader UNSC military training and doctrine. The emphasis on decentralized command, on giving junior leaders authority to make decisions based on local conditions rather than waiting for guidance from higher command, became increasingly common across Marine and Army units. The integration of advanced sensor systems and the VISR-style enhanced vision capabilities pioneered by the ODSTs were adopted into other armor systems. Close quarters combat techniques, building, clearing procedures, and the general, aggressive, initiative-driven approach that characterized ODST operations all influenced training programs across the UNSC military establishment. The Spartan 4 program represents perhaps the most direct legacy of ODST influence on military structure. When Spartan 4 recruitment began, the program drew heavily from ODST ranks, recognizing that experienced Helljumpers possessed exactly the combination of combat skill, mental toughness, and tactical sophistication that the program sought. The result was a Spartan program that, while providing augmentation and advanced equipment, retained much of the ODST culture and approach to operations. Spartan 4 fire teams operated with a flexibility and initiative that distinguished them from the more rigidly controlled Spartan 2 program. And this was largely because so many Spartan 4s came from ODST backgrounds, where such independence was expected and encouraged. The relationship between ODSTs and Spartan 4s evolved over time from the initial tension and resentment that marked the program's inception. As more ODSTs transitioned to become Spartans, and as Spartan 4s proved themselves in combat alongside remaining ODST units, a mutual respect developed that bridged the traditional ODST-Spartan divide. Spartan 4s often continued to identify themselves by their pre-augmentation service. I was an ODST before I was a Spartan, and this created a bridge between the communities. The result was that Spartan 4s were generally more accepted by ODSTs than Spartan 2s had been, viewed as brothers and sisters who had taken a different path, rather than as an entirely separate class of warrior. Cultural depictions in UNSC media and propaganda utilized the ODSTs extensively, though often in ways that the Helljumpers themselves found simultaneously flattering and inaccurate. The heroic image of soldiers dropping from the sky to save embattled colonies or defeat terrible enemies made for excellent propaganda material, supporting recruitment efforts and maintaining civilian morale during the darkest days of the Covenant War. Documentary footage of ODST operations, suitably edited to remove classified details and the most horrific violence, appeared regularly on UNSC information networks. Recruitment posters featured ODST imagery prominently. The phrase "feet first into hell" entered popular culture, used by people who had no real understanding of what it meant to actually make the drop. This popularization had mixed effects. On one hand, it raised the profile of the ODSTs and ensured that their sacrifices received at least some public recognition, however incomplete. On the other hand, it created romanticized misconceptions about what ODST service actually entailed, potentially attracting recruits with unrealistic expectations who then struggled to adapt to the brutal reality of selection and training. Some ODSTs resented the sanitized, heroic portrayal, feeling that it trivialized the true horror and cost of what they did. Others accepted it as necessary, recognizing that civilizations at war need myths and heroes to sustain morale, and that if ODST imagery served that purpose, the propaganda value justified the distortion. The influence on colonial defense forces was substantial, and continues to be felt across human-controlled space. Many colonies maintain local defense militias that, while far less capable than UNSC regular forces, have adopted organizational and tactical concepts from ODST doctrine. The idea of small elite units that can respond rapidly to threats is appealing to colonial governments with limited resources, and ODST training manuals and tactics have been adapted to colonial defense force needs. Some colonies have even attempted to develop their own drop pod insertion capabilities, with varying degrees of success. While these colonial units lack the training, equipment, and support that UNSC ODSTs enjoy, they represent a dispersal of ODST concepts throughout human space, creating a legacy that extends beyond the formal military structure into the broader defense of human civilization. The Helljumper, as symbol of human resilience, has taken on mythological dimensions in the post-war era. In a war where humanity faced existential threat from an enemy that was technologically superior and numerically overwhelming, where entire worlds were destroyed and billions died, where defeat seemed inevitable and final extinction appeared to be humanity's likely fate. The ODSTs represented the stubborn refusal to surrender. They were the soldiers who kept fighting when all rational calculation said they should quit. They were proof that humans, ordinary humans without genetic enhancement or miraculous technology, could face impossible odds and sometimes, through skill and courage and determination, triumph anyway. This symbolism extends beyond the military context into broader cultural and philosophical domains. In an era when humanity was forced to confront its vulnerability and fragility, when the limits of technology and military power were brutally demonstrated, the ODSTs represented something that could not be quantified or defeated through superior force alone: the human spirit. They demonstrated that what made humanity worthy of survival was not technological advancement or physical prowess, but rather the capacity for courage in the face of fear, the willingness to sacrifice for others, and the stubborn determination to endure regardless of cost. This is powerful symbolism, and it has shaped how humanity in the Halo universe understands itself and its place in a hostile galaxy. Memorials, museums, and historical preservation efforts dedicated to the ODSTs serve to maintain their memory and ensure that future generations understand what was sacrificed during humanity's darkest hours. The ODST Memorial Garden on Earth, located adjacent to the UNSC Memorial Plaza, features a distinctive monument depicting drop pods falling from the sky, each pod representing a battalion that was lost during the Covenant War. The names of known casualties are inscribed on memorial walls, though the incompleteness of records means that many who died remain unnamed. Their sacrifice acknowledged only through the simple phrase, "known to God," that appears where names cannot be recorded. Museums dedicated to military history across human space include ODST exhibits displaying armor and equipment, telling the stories of notable units and individuals, and attempting to convey to civilian visitors something of what the Helljumpers accomplished and endured. These exhibits walk a difficult line between honoring sacrifice and glorifying war, between educational content and emotional manipulation. The best succeed in conveying both the heroism and the horror, ensuring that visitors understand not just that the ODSTs won battles, but what those victories cost and why they mattered. Historical preservation extends also to maintaining the oral traditions and culture of the ODST community itself. Veterans organizations work to record the memories and experiences of surviving Helljumpers before those memories are lost to time and death. Interview projects capture firsthand accounts of combat operations, training experiences, unit culture, and the personal impact of service. These records are invaluable historical resources, but they also serve a psychological function for the veterans themselves, providing validation that their experiences mattered and will be remembered, that their sacrifices were not meaningless. For soldiers who spent years in obscure and classified operations, whose details could never be publicly shared, this acknowledgement carries profound importance. Stories told to new generations of soldiers ensure that ODST traditions and values continue, even as specific individuals cycle through service and eventually leave. Every new class of Helljumpers in training hears the stories of those who came before, the desperate defense of the Longhorn Valley generators during the fall of Reach, Alpha 9's harrowing experience in New Mombasa, countless other engagements, large and small, where ODSTs demonstrated the qualities that define them. These stories serve multiple functions. They are educational, teaching tactical lessons and illustrating proper mindset. They are inspirational, showing what is possible and setting standards to emulate. And they are cultural, transmitting the values and identity that make someone not just a soldier who happens to be deployed via drop pod, but a true ODST, a Helljumper in spirit as well as equipment. The evolution of the ODST reputation over decades reflects changing military and societal contexts. During the insurrection era, when the ODSTs were primarily used against human separatists, their reputation was mixed. They were respected for their capabilities, but also sometimes feared or resented as the brutal enforcers of Earth's control over reluctant colonies. During the early years of the Covenant War, as losses mounted and victories were rare, the ODSTs gained a reputation for dogged determination and willingness to fight even in hopeless situations, though this was sometimes dismissed as foolish bravery or refusal to acknowledge reality. By the middle years of the war, as ODST tactics adapted to fighting the Covenant and notable successes accumulated, the reputation shifted to grudging respect even from those who had previously dismissed them. The dramatic actions during the Battle of Earth, particularly the New Mombasa operation, and the countless other engagements where ODSTs held critical positions or accomplished vital missions, cemented their status as elite warriors whose contributions were essential to humanity's survival. In the post-war era, the reputation has acquired a nostalgic quality, with the ODSTs of the Covenant War era increasingly viewed as representatives of a heroic age, larger-than-life figures whose accomplishments grow in the telling as distance from the events increases. Their portrayal in Halo games, novels, and films has shaped public perception both within the Halo universe and metatextually among the actual human audiences consuming these media. Halo 3, ODST, released in 2009, provided the first opportunity for players to experience the Halo universe from a non-Spartan perspective, and the game's tone was markedly different from other entries in the franchise. The vulnerability of the player character, the noir-influenced atmosphere of occupied New Mombasa, the emphasis on isolation and survival rather than superheroic action, all of this conveyed something essential about the ODST experience. The game's tagline, "Prepare to Drop," and its marketing materials, particularly the live-action trailers showing ODSTs preparing for and executing combat operations, created a cultural footprint that extended beyond the game itself. The various novels that feature ODST characters or units provide additional depth, exploring the psychological and personal dimensions of Helljumpers service. Works like Halo New Blood, which follows Edward Buck's journey from ODST to Spartan 4-4, illuminate the complicated emotions and identity questions that can arise when soldiers transition between roles. These narratives humanize the ODSTs, showing them as people with relationships, doubts, fears, and motivations beyond simple duty. And this humanization is important for ensuring that they are remembered as individuals rather than as faceless soldiers. What the ODSTs represent in the broader Halo narrative is ultimately the persistence of human agency and relevance in a universe dominated by vastly powerful forces. The Halo story is filled with ancient civilizations whose technology appears magical, artificial intelligences of superhuman capability, genetically enhanced super soldiers who can accomplish the impossible, and cosmic threats that can destroy entire civilizations. In this context, what role remains for ordinary humans? What difference can unaugmented, technologically limited human soldiers make? The ODSTs provide the answer. They matter because they refuse to be irrelevant, because they take the capabilities they have and push them to their absolute limits, because they demonstrate that human courage and determination have value that cannot be measured in technological specifications or genetic enhancements. This theme resonates throughout the Halo franchise and is perhaps nowhere more evident than in the figure of Avery Johnson, the ODST-trained Sergeant Major who fought alongside the Master Chief in the most critical battles of the war. Johnson was not a Spartan, despite his Orion augmentation, and he did not possess advanced alien technology. What he had was decades of experience, unshakable courage, and a determination to see humanity survive. When he died during the final battle at the Ark, his last act was ensuring that the mission would succeed, that humanity would endure. Johnson's story encapsulates what the ODSTs represent. The ordinary human who, through extraordinary courage and determination, shapes the course of history, despite lacking the obvious power of the more spectacular characters around them. The legacy of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers will endure as long as humanity remembers the wars that nearly destroyed it, and the soldiers who fought to prevent that destruction. New threats will emerge, as they always do in the Halo universe.
And humanity will need soldiers willing to face those threats with courage and skill. The specific tactics may evolve, the equipment will certainly change, but the fundamental need for warriors who will go feet
first into hell because someone will remain constant. The ODSTs have established a template, a proof of concept for what unaugmented humans can achieve. And that template will inspire and guide future generations of soldiers who must face their own impossible challenges. When historians of the far future look back on this era, if humanity survives long enough for such historians to exist, they will see the ODSTs as more than a military unit. They will see a culture, a philosophy, a demonstration of what it means to be human in the face of overwhelming threat. They will see soldiers who looked at impossible odds and refused to accept defeat, who faced fear every day and did their duty anyway, who gave everything they had, and often everything they were, so that their species might survive. This is the legacy of the Helljumpers, and it is a legacy worthy of the sacrifice that created it. We have traveled a long path together through the history, culture, and experience of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. From their origins in the brutal conflicts of the insurrection, through their baptism by fire in the Human Covenant War, from their equipment and tactics to their culture and legacy, we have explored every facet of what it means to be a Helljumper. Now, as we approach the end of this journey, it is time to reflect on what we have learned and what it means, both within the Halo universe and in the broader context of stories we tell about courage, sacrifice, and the human capacity to face the unbearable. The journey through ODST history has revealed a pattern that repeats across decades. Impossible challenges met with stubborn determination, overwhelming odds faced with skill and courage, and victory purchased at terrible cost. The specific enemies changed, from human insurrectionists to alien covenant to rogue AI constructs, but the fundamental nature of what the ODSTs did remained constant. They went where others could not or would not go. They accomplished missions that conventional forces could not achieve. They paid with their lives again and again, buying with their blood the time and space that allowed humanity to survive. The cost of being a Helljumper cannot be measured solely in casualty statistics, though those statistics are grim enough. The physical costs are obvious. Soldiers killed in action, wounded and disabled, bodies broken by the violence of combat, and the stresses of repeated orbital drops. But the psychological costs are equally significant and less visible. The trauma of constant combat, of watching friends die, of surviving when others did not, of being asked to do terrible things because military necessity demanded them. These experiences leave scars that never fully heal. Many ODSTs carried those scars for the rest of their lives, struggling with nightmares, survivor's guilt, difficulty forming civilian relationships, and all the other ways that war damages the human psyche. Yet despite these costs, there was never a shortage of volunteers. In every generation, young men and women stepped forward to attempt ODST selection, knowing the risks, understanding that they were volunteering for one of the most dangerous roles in the UNSC military, and choosing to do it anyway. What motivated them? For some, it was the desire to serve at the highest level, to test themselves against the most demanding standards and prove that they had what it took. For others, it was idealism, belief in the cause of defending humanity and protecting those who could not protect themselves. For still others, it was the attraction of belonging to an elite community, of being part of something larger than themselves, with a proud history and strong identity. Whatever their initial motivations, those who successfully became ODSTs found something that civilian life rarely provides: clarity of purpose, profound bonds with their fellow soldiers, and the knowledge that their actions mattered, that they were making a real difference in the fight for humanity's survival. This meaning, however hard-won, blood-soaked, sustained them through horrors that would have broken those without such purpose. It is perhaps the ultimate irony that war, for all its destruction and horror, can provide a sense of meaning and belonging that peaceful society often fails to offer, and that soldiers who survive war sometimes struggle to find equivalent purpose in peace. The irreplaceable role of the ODSTs in humanity's survival during the Covenant War cannot be overstated. while the Spartans rightfully received credit for their critical contributions, and while the vast conventional forces of the UNSC provided the bulk of humanity's military power, it was often the ODSTs who made the difference between defeat and survival in countless engagements across the war. Their ability to rapidly deploy to crisis points, to strike at critical enemy vulnerabilities, to gather intelligence that informed strategic decisions, to buy time through desperate defensive stands, all of these contributions were essential to the overall war effort. Remove the ODSTs from the equation, and numerous battles would have ended differently, probably in humanity's defeat. But beyond their tactical contributions, the ODSTs served a symbolic function that was equally important. In a war that increasingly seemed unwinnable, where humanity suffered defeat after defeat and the Covenant advance appeared unstoppable, the Helljumpers demonstrated that humans could fight back effectively, that courage and skill could overcome technological and physical disadvantages, that humanity was not helpless before the alien threat. This symbolic importance should not be dismissed as mere propaganda or morale building. Belief matters in warfare. Soldiers who believe victory is possible fight harder and more effectively than those who believe defeat is inevitable. Civilians who believe their military can protect them are more likely to support the war effort rather than demanding surrender. The ODSTs, by demonstrating human effectiveness in combat, helped maintain the belief that resistance was worthwhile, and that psychological contribution complemented their tactical achievements. The future of the ODSTs in the Halo universe remains uncertain as the setting continues to evolve. The created conflict has disrupted the UNSC's operational capabilities significantly, and the long-term resolution of that conflict will shape what role the ODSTs play going forward. If humanity manages to overcome or outlast the created and rebuilds its military strength, the ODST program will likely continue in some form, perhaps evolving tactically and technologically, but retaining the core mission of rapid insertion special operations. If the conflict results in more fundamental changes to human society or military structure, the ODSTs might transform into something different while still carrying forward their traditions and values. What seems certain is that as long as humanity faces threats requiring the combination of courage, skill, and specialized capabilities that the Helljumpers provide, there will be need for soldiers willing to go feet first into hell. The specific nature of those threats may change. The methods and equipment may evolve, but the fundamental need will remain. New generations of ODSTs will face their own trials, their own impossible challenges, and if they prove worthy of the tradition they inherit, they will meet those challenges with the same determination and courage that their predecessors showed during humanity's darkest hours. Final thoughts on courage, sacrifice, and duty must acknowledge that these concepts are complex and sometimes contradictory. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite fear. Every ODST who climbed into a drop pod was afraid, and those who claim otherwise are either lying or lack the imagination to understand the risks they faced. What made them courageous was not fearlessness, but the choice to do their duty despite that fear, to prioritize mission and comrades over personal safety, to accept risks that any rational person would want to avoid. Sacrifice means giving up something of value, and the ODSTs sacrificed enormously. They sacrificed security, comfort, often health, sometimes sanity, and all too often life itself. They sacrificed relationships with family and friends that withered during long deployments or which could not survive the psychological changes that combat inflicted. They sacrificed futures that might have been careers and families and lives that were possibilities before they chose military service and became impossibilities after. These sacrifices were real and profound, and they should be acknowledged honestly rather than romanticized into patriotic abstractions. Duty is the sense of obligation that compelled these sacrifices, the feeling that this was what needed to be done regardless of personal cost. For some, duty was rooted in ideological commitment to protecting humanity and maintaining civilization. For others, it was more immediate and personal, the obligation to their squad mates, the refusal to let down those who depended on them. For still others, duty was simply professional pride, the determination to do their job to the best of their ability because that was the standard they set for themselves. Whatever its source, duty sustained the ODSTs through experiences that would have broken those without such commitment. These reflections are offered not as answers but as acknowledgments of the complexity inherent in the ODST story. This is not a simple tale of good versus evil or heroism untainted by moral ambiguity. War is messy, brutal, and morally complicated, and the ODSTs existed in that messy reality, doing what they thought necessary to ensure humanity's survival, even when necessary meant terrible things. They deserve to be remembered and honored, but that remembrance and honor should be clear-eyed about what they were asked to do and what it cost them. As we close this exploration, we return to where we began, to the image of a soldier sealed in a metal pod, plummeting through fire toward a hostile landing zone, afraid but determined, trained and equipped as well as humanity can manage but still fragile and mortal, descending feet first into hell, because that is what duty demands and what their comrades expect and what the mission requires. This image captures everything essential about the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. They are warriors who face fear without flinching, who accept impossible missions without complaint, who pay with their blood to purchase humanity's survival, and who embody in their actions the stubborn determination that defines humanity at its best. If you have found this comprehensive exploration of ODST lore informative and engaging, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the Archivum Halo channel for more deep dives into the rich and complex universe of Halo. The lore of this franchise extends far beyond what any single video can cover, encompassing the histories of ancient civilizations, the intricacies of interstellar politics, the personal stories of countless heroes and villains, and the grand sweep of humanity's struggle for survival across the stars. Each aspect deserves careful examination and thoughtful analysis, and that is precisely what this channel strives to provide. In-depth, accurate, comprehensive exploration of Halo lore presented in a calm, immersive format, designed for both active listening and background accompaniment. Future videos will explore other aspects of the Halo universe in similar depth, covering topics as diverse as the fall of ancient civilizations, the technology that enables interstellar travel and warfare, the biology and culture of alien species, the philosophies and tactics of different military organizations, and the personal journeys of specific characters whose actions shaped the course of history. Your support through likes, subscriptions, and engagement helps this channel continue producing the high-quality lore content that Halo fans deserve. Content that respects both the complexity of the source material and the intelligence of the audience. The story of the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers is one chapter in the vast saga of humanity's future, as imagined by the creators of Halo, but it is a chapter that resonates with particular power because it speaks to fundamental truths about courage, sacrifice, and the human capacity to face impossible challenges with determination and skill. The Helljumpers remind us that heroism is not the province only of genetically enhanced super soldiers or ancient alien demigods, but can be found in ordinary people who choose to do extraordinary things when circumstances demand it. They went feet first into hell, these soldiers, again and again across decades of warfare. They faced fear and overcame it. They accepted missions with no guarantee of success or survival. They protected those who could not protect themselves. They bought with their lives the time and space that allowed humanity to survive its darkest hour. They were and are and will continue to be the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, the Helljumpers, humanity's finest, falling from the sky to meet whatever threats await. Warriors whose courage defined an era and whose legacy will endure as long as humans remember the price that was paid for survival. Feet first, always, into hell if necessary. Because someone must. Because duty demands it. Because that is what it means to be an ODST. This concludes our comprehensive exploration of the Helljumpers. Thank you for joining me on this journey through their history, their culture, and their legacy. Until next time, may you walk in the light of the stars, and may you never forget those who fell that humanity might survive.